Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right, excellent.
Yes.
So, recap of last week. You guys were walking through the Eid Desert on your way to meet up with the merchant caravan that will get you into Arwell. But you stumbled across a strange spot in the desert that was full with bones and statues and a weird, uh, like glassy thing. And it turns out that weird glassy thing was your very first black beast, which you handily defeated with the help of some reanimated statues who had definitely seen better days. They've all, of course, been exploded by now. The shockwave of killing this creature, which exploded in sort of a fiery torrent, obliterated all of the statues. So you will not be able to resurrect any more of them. But now you guys are just kind of standing around. You're still in this area. It is now beast free. And you've not recruited. I'm gonna say adopted. You've adopted Jupiter, who is the former wyvern of Axinia, whose location is unconfirmed and unknown. But Jupiter has gotten very friendly with Octavia. Um, New owner recognized. I hope you
Yay.
enjoy pet care because congrats. Uh,
Thanks.
but Jupiter has joined your party not as an NPC but as a mount. He operates just like any other mount, just like Garlic. So, Octavia, if you are, for example, riding him and you take a lethal amount of damage, you can choose to sacrifice Jupiter in your place.
I'm not gonna do that.
Of course you're not. I was expecting as much, but that's okay. Jupiter will now die for you. No.
No,
Let's see.
not if I die for you first.
Did anything else of note happen? I don't remember. I don't think so.
Well, we just found some more loot.
You found a bunch more stuff. The black beast, as it exploded and dissolved, it left behind a bunch of stuff, which you've picked up, and you also found some stuff in the desert. The statues had a couple interesting items. So yeah, last week was mostly just combat. I'm like trying to remember if I did any like systems work. Hold on, let me just scroll. When was our last session?
2 weeks ago?
The 6th.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. So the 6th, yeah.
The 6th. All right, hold on. Oh yeah, there was work done. Hold on. All right, permanent effects management items are now a thing. So when you get a permanent effect, you can negate the effect of that permanent effect, not counting the growth bonus subtraction. That is, you have to have that. You can now negate certain effects with items. For example, if you get like the effect illness, you can make antibacterial salve every time you level up, and you can use that as an item, and you no longer have to deal with the effects of illness other than the negative growth bonus. Some permanent effects do not have fixes. It's kind of hard to fix the magical ones with you can't really use a crutch if you're on fire, that kind of thing. But a lot of the physical effects can be negated. Couple of the dark magic effects can be negated. So yeah, just if you want to explore that table, it is in the under the crafting system. So it's all in that document, same document that the holy blood bonuses are in. The second thing that was changed is that creature dimensions are now in the sheet. You can find them next to the movement type. Same little bar as the level. So it goes level, movement type, and then the dimensions of the creatures is how many tiles it takes up. So you'll see that most of them are 2x2s, some 3x3s, and then you got like some really wacky ones, like there's an 18x2, I believe. So yeah, minor stuff. The permanent effects table is now color coded for easy reading. And that's it. One more thing. I haven't officially posted about it because it's not done. But as of hopefully tomorrow, all of the creatures, the entire creature manual, each creature will have at least one unique skill. So one skill that cannot be found anywhere else. You can pick them up, like, maybe find them in the sand or at a shop somewhere, but all of the unique skills have a special requirement where you need to be a certain monster type. And there are ways to gain certain monster types. There's items that'll say like, oh, you now count as undead, that kind of thing. And some of those are craftable, some of them are not.
There's permanent effects that do this.
There's permanent effects that do this. So basically, if you get stuck in a position where you are now classified as an animal, well, congratulations. You can now venom people and you can scratch them with your claws. Other cool stuff like that. Just to give, if you're going for an animal build, at least you have something to build with. That kind of thing. That is not done yet, though. I think I'm like halfway through the divine ones, and then I just have unholy and like other to do, but everything else is done. So if you want to look through those, you're more than welcome to do so. Because of this, a lot of the creatures have become more difficult to defeat and have weird mechanics to them. These are kind of like, I don't want to say mechanic negating skills, but like they kind of fuck with the way the game works. Like some of the creatures no longer expend movement when moving over certain types of terrains, that kind of thing. So just, I would give those a read. As we play and you encounter creatures, obviously this document is available to you, so you're more than welcome to like go to the document and say, oh, this is exactly what the creature has, maybe with minor differences just on my end to keep it spicy. But yeah, that's pretty much what has happened as far as mechanics go. Does anyone have any questions about anything? I know I just said a whole...
None that you'll answer.
What?
None that you will answer.
I mean, you can still ask. I'll just laugh at you.
Okay, can you give us Godfrey's entire life story in great detail?
Well, it all started when he was born.
Can you read your entire set of lore documents on him just out loud?
You know what? You're gonna... If I were to do that, we'd be here until midnight.
God.
I don't feel like dropping that 50-something page document right now.
Oh my god.
I know what I said. I know what I asked for.
So Godfrey's actually gonna keep that info to himself. You're welcome to ask him when he exists in 3 to 5 minutes. But yeah, any other questions that I can answer?
Why
are you like this?
I was dropped as a child.
No.
Well, yeah.
I'm actually... This is probably a stupid question, but with limb loss being... With a wooden limb, do you need to replace it like in certain inherit skills items in the crafting system? Or is it just, oh, you just have it, but you're...
So if you need to replace it, as I should actually clarify that. Thank you for asking. So the medicinal items like, antibacterial salve or like if you want to get real crazy, ether, you need to take those after every level up. So after every level up, it'll wear off. You got to make more. You got to take it as an item again. And then you'll get its effects back. But for the items like wheelchair, it's not going to explode every level. That would be a shitty fucking wheelchair. So, some of the items, it says, underneath, like, this needs to be taken every level. If it doesn't say that, then you can just have it.
Okay,
like,
cool.
That's just something you have. If you get the same permanent effect twice, for example, if you lose an arm, and then you lose that same arm again, but you had a wooden arm, you have to make a second wooden arm, because that one has just been obliterated.
Yeah. I just be like, nuts.
Oh, beans. Classic. But anyways, yes, thank you for asking that question. I should have clarified that. Any other questions? Oh, and the reason I'm doing all these permanent effect management items because A, they've kind of already shadow been in the game. Like Godfrey has a wooden leg. Like he's kind of had that all along. And also
interesting salve.
Yeah, you've got fun salves. And also panaceas are going to be getting harder and harder to get. So, I want you guys to have other options so that we don't have, like, 5 retired characters by the end of the game. Just, like, hanging out in the background, cheering on the one guy who's still, like, still going.
And the one guy is
Go, Edwin, go! No. But, yeah. As far as retirement goes with these, as long as you're managing it, it doesn't count towards retirement. So, if you lose all 4 of your limbs, but you've had all 4 of them replaced, first of all, holy shit, dude. Second of all, you can still fight.
First of all,
hey there,
Edwin. Second of
all,
all,
Darth Vader, how you doing?
Yeah, you can go full Darth Vader build if you like. Get some melted in there, why not? But yeah, yeah, that's how it works. Just, I'm trying to keep you guys as alive as possible while also dangling you as close to my death pit as possible. So I hope you've been enjoying your stay.
Yeah.
I
Sandwich
already
atrocities
waited,
are
like-
funny.
Yeah.
Haha. Girl boss. I'm
we're just,
literally
like,
the Joker for
time.
women. Anyways,
Stop!
I'm not.
No, we are not bringing this bit into a recorded space.
Too late.
Oh no.
I'm just imagining the entire gang just all wrapped together in a row, painting over an abyss.
Yeah.
Swaying like we.
Yeah, like the classic cartoon, like shark pit full of like, piranhas and stuff. That's what you.
Yeah.
Well, there's both. That's where I have you guys. But anyways, why don't we hop right in? You guys have just killed the fuck out of that creature. Oh, I forgot to mention you guys got a radiant symbol.
Yeah.
So
That's
you
what we
guys just
did.
killed the fuck out of that black beast. You're still standing around. You haven't really moved. It's been maybe like 5 minutes since you did a little murder, did a little creature hunting. So yeah, begin scene.
So, do we want to pick somewhere else to make camp?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Won't hear me complaining.
Yeah,
Well.
let's get going.
Well,
As-
at least maybe it's safe to walk through this place. Still
Yeah.
weird, but
As you guys make your way through this sort of like elephant graveyard of bones, you don't see any other creatures, but the sun is setting and you make it out of the other end of the boneyard, which is very, very large. Just as, the sun is starting to think about going below the horizon, so it's pretty much sunset by now. The like plateaus and stuff are still around, so there's a nice place underneath one of them where you're in the shade, and you'll be in the shade again once the sun rises.
It sounds like a good place as any.
yeah.
Oh, having a little giggle over there?
I had to cough, so it was also a giggle cough.
Sorry.
L.
Oh.
What's up? Dwyer?
I just said L.
Oh, I thought you said Val. Like, Val
No,
is going
I
to
said
do
L.
something, and then Val just didn't.
No, I said
think-
I said the letter L.
Yeah,
Mhm.
a big L for me.
What is Val doing once you guys
Oh,
set
fuck.
up camp?
I don't know.
Guy stuff?
This guy things?
Little guy things?
Yeah, we've been eating rations, I assume.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah, just like probably that, and also what the fuck is Garlic been eating?
I assume you packed rations for him as well.
There's horse rations?
I mean, yeah,
Horse
they got like hay and shit, right? Give
Yeah,
him a
but
Nature
hay's
Valley
like-
bar.
That would definitely feed a 2-ton horse.
Yes.
There's
There's like it's not like a desert, like a wasteland. Like there's desert grass and stuff like that.
yeah, okay. I guess
Delicious French fries.
she's basically just making sure that he's A, unharmed, B, there's not sand like stuck in his horseshoes that would make him uncomfortable, and C, that he's had food.
As you are attending to Garlic, you hear someone trudge up from behind you.
Val turns.
You turn to find Amalthea wearing a bowl as a hat and holding her knife stick.
Hey, kiddo.
Wanna go hunting? I saw a rabbit.
Val makes uninterested face and goes, "Did you now?"
Yeah, one of the big leggy ones.
I believe those are desert hares.
I don't care what it's called. Can we eat it?
I suppose this is not meant as a cruel thing, but you are not the fastest person, and you are also not the best at being subtle.
Hey, I'm
Rabbits
plenty
are
subtle,
fa-
she says, walking forward, the bowl clanking against her earrings.
Val knocks on the bowl to make a noise and says, "Sure you are, kid."
She, like, makes out, like, a perturbed face as the sound of bowl thunders through her head. And as she, finally recovers, she sort of looks at you, and then she gingerly offers the knife stick. She says, well, if you're such an expert, I'll show you where the
I never
rabbits are.
I never said I was an expert, but
Oh,
I am
come
fast.
on!
I am faster than you.
Oh, yes. Okay, then come with me, quickly. And she turns around.
Val follows.
She leads you a little bit of ways from where everyone else is pitching camp, sliding onto her stomach on the hot sand, I might add, to sort of army crawl over to a sand dune, which she peeks over.
Don't burn yourself.
She says, too late.
Oh no.
Okay.
You have salve.
And as she peeks over the sand dune, she looks at you over her shoulder and then points downwards. And in the little valley between the dunes, there is, in fact, a fucking big ass rabbit. It's not unnaturally big, but yeah, a group of 7 or so could eat that.
Shit. Val's not great. He's at this. Can I roll bestiary to see if this is a normal animal?
Of course.
5.
5.
Mm,
You look down the hill and you see this rabbit, and as you're scrutinizing it and making sure that it's not some horrible creature, sand blows in your eyes.
Fun. Yeah, Val
Amalthea laughs at you.
shushes her and wipes the sand out of his eyes and says, "All right, we can hunt it now, and if it's fucked up, we can ask Godfrey about it."
Haha, you said fuck.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And then she turns back to the rabbit.
Okay. Um. Is hunting with the knife stick a speed check, a combat check, or
Describe your
a
plan
just
to me,
to hit?
and I will tell you what kind of check it is.
Um. Is the knife on the knife stick dull?
It's seen better days.
All right. What does Val have in his inventory? Huh. Hmm. Um.
Uh-oh, Dwyer in the void moments.
No, I'm thinking.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. I'm
Okay.
here, alive and well, hypothetically. I'm. uh.
Healing.
Val pulls out the fruit knife, which he has.
Amalthea looks at it quizzically.
Can he take the apple off from the end temporarily, or is it just like magically there?
You can take the apple off.
Yeah, all right. He's gonna throw it.
The apple?
No, the knife.
Oh, okay. Skill check.
Skill?
Skill.
Yeah, okay. So like to hit, that makes sense. Where is he?
And the rabbit's gonna make a speed check.
Fun. Oh,
What is it?
dirty 20.
Dirty 20. That's a direct hit. You
Man,
catch
that sounded like a sad noise for a second.
No,
No.
I laughed because I felt bad for the rabbit.
Yeah, you catch the rabbit right in the back, and it
Oh.
takes a spill
Oof.
down to the absolute bottom of the little valley, but it's clear that you got it. Amalthea scuttles up from the sand, again, dirty, but she sort of like pumps her fist. She's like, yeah!
Val says, "All right, Yeah, let's get what we just killed, I guess.
Good idea. Hey, Val.
Yes.
Why do you use a lance if you're so good at throwing?
Javelins.
Oh, I see. I was just thinking, you should throw something cooler.
Like what?
I don't know, swords or something? I've never seen someone throw a sword.
They're not balanced well for that.
Huh. Well, maybe we'll find a sword that you can throw one day.
I felt
Sure.
like a shade from this child somehow, but I don't.
And then she walks down the small hill and yanks the rabbit up by one of its ears, holding it next to her like how a guy on Tinder would hold a fish in his
Fish?
profile
Yeah.
photo.
Awesome.
Good for her.
Even
Val
though
takes-
she did not hunt it.
No, Val will happily lie and say that she did. But Val grabs the fruit knife from the rabbit's back, and he will clean it before he reattaches the apple.
Alright.
No one needs blood apple.
Yeah, no one wants that. That's nasty. Yay, diseases time.
Ooh.
Are you guys
That's how
bringing...
you get diseases that come from biohazards.
Yup. Nobody wants to use those permanent effect management systems quite yet. Are y'all bringing back the spoils of war to camp?
What else? Yeah.
Amalthea proudly displays this thing at the center of camp. She just kind of places it in the big cooking pot.
Wait,
just whole.
No.
Val says, no, you don't do that.
Well, we gotta
Octavia
cook it.
gets like a cloth and like
Yes, we have to
yanks
cook it. That's
and
you do not cook it for on, kiddo.
Extra protein.
Nope.
What? That's a waste.
Amalthea, what did I say
We're-
about skinning the rats?
Oh, you have to do that for rabbits too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
We can use the rabbit leather for other things, just
Ooh, what are we gonna
not
make?
the actual fur.
What do we-
Mm. I mean, you can.
You have to do a
We'll
clean
figure it
enough job
out.
skinning it to find out.
Can someone help me? I'm not good at that.
Who here's the best at skinning things?
Edwin just like shakes his head.
Val shrugs because he has no idea if he's particularly good at it or not.
Would that be like a bestiary roll, or would
Yep,
it be
bestiary.
a
Bestiary.
It would. Okay. Yeah, so Octavia's not that good at it either.
Is literally anyone proficient in bestiary in our party?
So
Archibald?
I have a solid 0 mod.
That's better than a lot of us.
Yeah, I think most
Oh.
people have -1 or less.
yeah.
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 I guess I'll do the thing.
Thank
Archibald is
you.
not paying attention though, so not paying the most attention though. So
Octavia
he's,
just goes over holding the leg of the dead rabbit.
huh?
Hey
What?
Archibald. Do you help
Oh.
skin this?
Val
Yeah,
also
sure.
says, does this thing exist in nature? Because we kind of have evidence that, you can eat things here and things go wrong.
It's a flat 12 for that roll.
To skin or to identify?
What?
To skin it or to identify it?
Oh, well, that one was to skin it. I should probably roll to identify. Wait, what is
You managed
skinning
to
it also bestiary?
Yeah, you skin it fine. You know, you catch some pieces on the knife a little bit so it doesn't skin perfectly, but that's nothing a little sewing can't fix.
That's also a 12 for the bestiary roll.
And as you're skinning it and you look at it in its beady little eyes, you feel unnerved, but that might just because jackrabbit eyes are kind of scary looking. So, it's probably normal.
Probably normal. Probably
normal.
Val makes a face at that probably, but doesn't say anything else.
Oh god. Are we gonna the positive side of this is it's fine. We're just weirded out by Jackrabbit, or we're gonna get a funny April Fool's Day thing again.
God, if I was
Or
gonna
it's-
if I was gonna Festival of Fools you guys just out of fucking nowhere, how funny would that be?
That'd be hilarious. Val says, "All right, I don't know. I can cook it though. I don't skin it normally. I get my meat from a butcher, but I mean, my food's edible, right?
Yeah, it's good.
I like
All
it.
right.
It has
I feel weird
tastes.
complimenting myself on it all the time.
No, it's the truth.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, is there a role to cook? Role to male wife?
I don't know. I feel like I made you roll last time, but I don't remember what I made you roll. Let's see.
I don't remember
Uh,
either.
I feel like it was medicine, because food is like medicine.
No, that's not true.
You eat it. Like medicine.
But Val's not good at that, and that
Okay,
That
was
runs
it nature?
counter.
Was it nature?
Val is worse at that.
Oh
Do we count tactics?
You can tactically cook this rabbit.
Yeah.
Solid
tactics
snake
are a
style.
Sure, that's +3. I'll take it.
Yeah.
He's proficient in that. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. 14.
You do manage to tactically cook this rabbit. You save most of the good meat and only end up losing a little bit when it falls in the sand.
Victory, I guess.
It is downright edible.
Wonderful.
All right. So that's dinner for everyone.
What is Godfrey just sitting there awkwardly?
Godfrey
Eating
has
his
his
ration?
own rations. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
His own rations? Jesus Christ.
He's been doing this literally the entire game.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
He
like,
just ate
why he's got
slurry.
that's why he's got, the worst anemia.
He's
Yeah.
he's a vegetarian. He's got hashtag, special guy problems.
oh
Give
yeah,
that
right.
guy some fucking beans.
But as you guys are sitting around the fire and eating, Octavia, you feel something snuffling against your ear.
Oh.
You turn around to see the snout of a dragon, curiously looking at what you're eating.
Okay. I think before it gets too dark, how about I take you to do some hunting? How about that? And she pats Jupiter's snout.
He seems to understand the word hunting. And he like backs up a little bit, sort of bucking, like, oh boy, I'm being taken for a walk.
Okay, Octavia just like, okay, I guess I'll cut back to this later, and puts her portion back in the main pot and goes to take Jupiter for walkies.
Jupiter
Oh.
is so hyped to go for walkies. And now that he's caught the scent of meat, he knows exactly where to find a bunch more rabbits.
Hell yeah. Bow down, buddy.
Would you like to help him in any way, or are you just gonna let him go hog wild?
What would I do to assist him? What would be that role?
Well, you can make a skill roll to hunt more, or you can just, cheer him on.
If I did dance, would that give him an extra turn to hunt?
Yes, it would.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for dancing. That's
Like how if you act really excited around a dog, they'll get super hyped up. He doesn't understand dance like humans understand dance, but it does like psych him the fuck up.
Go boy, you can do this. You can do this. Okay, I'm gonna roll to dance. Yeah, that works. That's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20? Alright, after being sufficiently riled up by Octavia, Jupiter plunges down into the sand dunes and, just swallowing whole, comes up having eaten 5 whole jackrabbits.
My God.
He needed that. Good job.
He comes up to you once he's done eating, and his snout's all covered in rabbit blood, but he doesn't seem to care as he just licks you across your cheek.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're happy too, Jupiter. She just like pats his snout again, but it's like a slightly being like, okay, please don't do that when your mouth is like that.
Jupiter feeling sufficiently I guess fed and friended, stomps back off towards camp, like, haha, look what I did!
And Octavia's like trying to wipe off the rabbit blood now all over her one side of her face, like, ah. And she walks back after him to camp, and she's still trying to wipe it, like, eh.
As soon as Jupiter, like, gets by camp, he, like, sits down between two random tents, doesn't really matter who, and then just whoomp onto the ground in a cloud of sand, just unfucking conscious.
He had a long day. That's understandable.
He snores very loudly.
Oh,
But thankfully, after a couple minutes of him just like snoring extremely loudly, he burrows his snout in the sand, which helps. All right, what is Edwin up to?
Do you want to practice?
Yeah, we should. Edwin is probably, if Edwin is left by himself, he's just gonna be like trying to like not panic about all of the information we have just received about beasts and things. So he should probably do something right now.
Yeah. Okay. Octavia goes like, hey, how about we do a lesson, and then afterwards, I think I might want you to look at the Saint's tassel again.
Oh yeah, sure. That sounds great. Edwin was probably sitting just like sitting in the sand, like not doing anything. So he is
Buddy.
very glad to just get up and go somewhere.
As they're going by, Octavia calls to Archibald. Hey, Archibald, can Edwin borrow your thief sword for practice?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. It's over in the cart.
Thanks. Garrett, do you want to practice too?
Hold on, let me just check my notes, see what Gare is up to. Gare, who has been like quietly kind of sitting and eating, he's been looking a little bit on the ponderous side, looks up, looks down at his food, shoves the last bit of rabbit in his mouth, and then dusts his pants off and says, with a full mouth, yeah, sure.
Cool. Okay, so what I'm thinking today is Octavia's just gonna teach them. I would say, I'm kind of curious I'm doing that. I was thinking of teaching them specifically just strength, but
Strength?
Yeah, but would it work better to pick a specific proficiency?
If you want to teach strength, I'm just gonna have you roll strength.
Okay,
to improve a stat, I'm gonna make you roll that stat, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm gonna do from now on is the units that are being taught are the ones that roll. But also, Octavia, you can roll too, because the teacher can also learn from the students.
Okay.
So,
oh no, I was hoping I could give them an extra boost because neither of their strengths are that great. Okay, yeah, so Octavia's gonna be like, okay, and she takes out the ignites, she takes out Larce's edge just because it makes sense for Edwin, who isn't as experienced with swords, to model more one-handed swords for him.
Mm-hmm.
So thief sword is a one-handed sword.
Gare pulls out his long sword, his trusty long sword.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then I guess I will have Octavia roll.
All right, Gare is also rolling. Edwin, if you want to roll a d20 for strength.
Oh yeah. 2.
Oh, buddy.
Edwin,
he rolled a 6, but
Edwin, you pull out, you hold the sword aloft, only to immediately drop it after like maybe just a couple seconds of holding it in the air because by God, that thing is heavier than it looks.
Oh no.
Gare manages to hold on for a little bit longer, long enough that he gets a fair amount of exercise out of the activity, so he's going to get +1 to strength.
Yay!
Good for him.
Octavia just got an 8.
An 8. Octavia, you don't learn anything new, but you sure did see Edwin drop something and Gare not drop something, so that's two conflicting teacherly emotions for you today.
She's just thinking, okay, maybe Edwin, maybe we need to do some more sword stances and push-ups before we go about that again, which is fine. You're just starting. Garrett has
Yeah.
had more experience with swords.
Yeah, I don't think I've held a sword properly in my life, so I
Gare's,
didn't give you a lot to work
Gare's
with.
gonna turn to Edwin and he's gonna say, "Don't worry about it too much, kid. That was me like 4 months ago."
Oh, well, I wouldn't have guessed, so
And then he frowns at you because he definitely remembers you being there when he was forced to fight a bunch of bandits and nearly had a breakdown about it. But he doesn't say anything.
Edwin just does not. He was like, "Yeah, Garrett's holding a sword. He knows how to use swords."
And
And
that's the level
Oh,
that Edwin's
funny.
at. He doesn't even know what good swordsmanship looks like. It's just like
Yeah.
Octavia's just like, okay, we still got time. There's still things to be learned. That's okay. Is Gare out of the negatives in strength yet?
Gare is at a strong 0.
Hooray!
Gare
Oh
has
my God,
reached
guys, he
neutral
did it.
strength. He's at 11 now.
Hooray! No more applying negatives when he attacks.
He's got 70% growth, so he'll be okay.
Yeah, he'll be okay. Edwin, what's your growth on Trikey? What's his
He has.
growth?
His growth is actually pretty okay. It's like 50 now.
Oh,
Which is
nice.
probably the only reason he got up to 2. He got the 1 to begin with when it was like a
no.
20, which was
Mhm.
wild.
Poor Edwin. It's okay.
fine,
We're
don't
gonna
worry
make a
about it.
bodybuilder out of you yet.
Literally, he
Is
has
it-
like
continue-
17 magic and 18 speed. He's really okay, just not at
Like,
Like
this.
he's really okay, but you want him to.
He does
he wants
his
to be more
job.
durable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you guys continue role playing while I go figure out who's actually just like fucking hammering the wall right next to my room on the night
Oh,
the only
no.
night
Oh,
I need
no.
Classic. It happens.
Oh, that sucks.
All right, Octavia, are you doing anything else? Checking in Octavia.
Afterwards, she's like, well, she takes out the Saint's Tassel again, be like, after what we experienced today, do you think maybe you can give this another go? To Edwin. Sorry, to Edwin.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Gare
I was
looks at it
just
and
about
he's
to
just
ask
like,
what
huh?
worked there.
I don't know what that is.
Sorry.
What is that?
She was talking to both of them, but she's like, "Oh, sorry, Gare. I met Edwin, just because, you know."
Gare
It's kind of
shrugs. Gare shrugs and puts his hands in his pocket and says, "Good. I don't know shit about jewelry."
Edwin says, "Yeah, I definitely do. I know I'm not great at it, but everyone starts somewhere, right?"
Octavia, are
Yeah.
you handing it to Edwin?
I would say.
Or are
Why
you
are
just
you
like hold?
asking that?
Well, because I need information. Are you handing it to him or are you just showing it to him?
I will
Loki?
hand, or he can
No,
come
I
in
just,
closer. Sorry.
Sorry, I missed the part about it being about the Saint's Tassel, and I thought we were talking about trying to use swords again.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, how about we do that? Is give it another go? And it's like, yeah, and then Octavia's like, oh wait, and then takes out the Saint's Tassel.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, alright,
also
alright.
this.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. I forget
She
what I
does
rolled to investigate.
She
things
does
about
hand
this.
it to him.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
hand it to him.
It glows.
Oh,
Ah,
It glows sunlight
Like-
sunlight yellow.
what's the
Oh.
symbol currently on it?
Hasn't moved.
Okay.
yeah, didn't you leave it on odd or something?
I did leave it on odd.
Has not moved. Doesn't look like that spins on its own, but the tassel part is now a sunlight yellow color. Bright enough that you could hypothetically use it as like a small light in a dark place.
Huh.
Yeah, Dwyer? Have a little giggle.
Don't worry
No,
about it.
no.
No, I'm just like picturing like fucking using this as a lantern, and people are like, "Whoa, are you using like a glow spell?" And
You
it's
pull
like,
out
no,
this
it just
little,
does this.
you dinky little.
No, this is just my phone.
You know that scene from Despicable Me where one of the minions cracks like a glow stick? That's
Yes,
what Edwin
exactly.
is.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So I'm so fucking normal.
The Saint's tassel glowed bright.
The Saint's tassel is glowing bright sunlight yellow in Edwin's hands, bright enough that it could hypothetically be used as a small light source in an especially dark place. Kind of like using your phone as a light source, like, you know, the lock screen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Back before we could turn on the flash function to use as a flashlight, and people would have flashlight apps that would turn their screens
Oh
white.
my god, yeah. Literally
Yeah.
caveman times. I was there. I saw it happen.
Yeah. We lived
I
through
was like
I
10
was
years
there,
old.
Gandalf.
I was there.
it.
Anyways,
Well,
Anyway.
yeah, you got a glowing thing in your hand.
Yeah.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah. That's weird. You didn't do anything to it since we were last looking at it?
No. How about you turn it to Fialer?
Okay. I will do that. I will turn the little arrow. I mean, I was gonna suggest just turning it to all of the, like taking it
Okay,
around and
we
seeing if
can.
it changes
Yeah,
anything.
you can turn it
Yeah.
to each one. We can do each
Yeah.
one's.
as you turn to each one, you notice that as you turn it, it makes a nice, satisfying like click, click, click
Yeah.
to it. It's really fun to spin. But it doesn't seem to do anything as you take it the whole pizza wheel around.
Medieval fidget spinner.
Yeah, literally.
Literally.
Edwin at the back of the party, like spinning that thing. Click, 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 click.
Can Edwin like holds it out to Octavia just to like see if it still glows?
Okay.
Like, can you take it for a sec?
Yeah, Octavia takes it back.
You take it, and it immediately stops glowing as soon as Edwin's not touching it.
Oh boy.
Ah. I see. Well, that's another new function.
I'm going to remind everyone that it did glow when someone else held it.
Shit, who? I forget.
Gare, I think, was the
Gare,
person that
oh,
held
yeah.
it.
Yeah, Garrett
Right,
looks
yeah.
at it, and he's just kind of like, neat.
Yeah.
Fucking neato, kid. You found a funny shiny thing. That's cool.
Yeah.
Huh.
Is Gare here? Can we hand it to
Yeah,
him?
Garrett's still standing there with his
Yeah,
hand in
Gare
his
just
pockets,
saw
just
it.
like
Okay.
watching you
That's
guys.
right. That's right. He was hanging out with
He's
us.
got like the same
Yeah.
expression on his face as like a dad whose kid is showing him like their Roblox account. Like, wow, guys, wow, it really does glow, huh? Cool. Oh my gosh. But like,
Well,
he doesn't care.
yeah, that's fair. Octavia's just like, Gare, can you hold this again?
Garrett outstretches his hand and allows you to put it in his palm, and as soon as it touches him, it glows again.
Is it a
And-
different color or anything?
Nope, still sunlight yellow.
Hmm.
And you've seen this sunlight yellow glow somewhere before.
Was it when we saw the white beast getting trapped back at the devil's fingers?
No, that was a blue glow. That was a
Blue
blue
glow.
glow.
My guess
Huh.
would be something about Lothair using the Tower of Bragi, maybe.
Who can
Or
say?
no, wait, didn't when Klaus was drawing the sword, didn't it glow or something? He was showing us
Perhaps.
his cool sword.
Perhaps.
Yeah, and he Huh.
Much to think about.
Yeah. much
Yeah.
to think about.
Dwyer.
Leave me
okay.
alone.
Just a
You-
little guy.
Do you want Edwin to make another roll to it with this new knowledge, or?
Yes. I don't know what I would roll though, because I'm trying to figure out what he wants to know about it.
Mm-hmm. I would say, Sam, does this clue count as? I looked and you blocked what it is, but it does list it as holy relic.
I know. Yeah, you're not allowed to look at the description until you find out
Yeah.
what it does. I
Yeah.
specifically named you, Rand.
I know. I haven't.
Paws off!
I haven't looked.
There's the
I
only one
promise.
item with a description blocked, and it's that
Wait,
one.
You put the description there?
Yeah, it says Rand and
censored.
others. Do not look!
Yeah, and
Why
I
would
haven't.
you even let us have the possibility of looking?
Because I wanna
It's a
dangle it in
test.
front of your faces, just out of reach. Because
But
I'm
Sam,
fucked up.
Based on the description, it's like I am gnawing out the cage.
Yeah, I know. So
I
sad.
looked at what other holy relics did, and I have theories.
I know. There are so many theories.
Well,
What was? Did you roll anima magic last time?
I don't know. I usually roll that because I'm good at it, but it's still a +3 modifier if I just roll any magic. So.
Well, pick another.
My
magic,
best
I
guess is something titled Holy Relic is holy
Yeah.
magic.
All right. I'll do
Yeah,
holy
yeah.
magic. 16 holy
16?
magic.
It's definitely connected to the holy weapons. Obviously, you recognize the golden globe as being the exact same as when Balmung was held by Klaus, who has odd major holy blood, as far as you know. And as far as you know, you saw his sick holy blood tattoo. You know that he has it.
Yeah. Yes.
So
Nah, man, he
clearly,
got a stick and poke.
this he got that done at Claire's. No, it was clearly genuine, especially since he didn't burst into flames upon holding Balmung.
Mhm.
But yeah, they're clearly connected, but you can't identify the exact purpose. Kind of weird how it only glows when held by some people, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Can we go pass
Oh,
it around to other people?
If you want.
Okay,
Go around
everyone.
camp
Res-
handing
res-
it to people.
Octavia's like, okay, everyone, research time. Hold this tassel.
Val holds it like you've handed him what's the best description? Like you've handed him I guess like a like tangled up piece of yarn or something. So he's like holding it like very much like he has no idea what he's supposed to do with it. Nothing. And he's just kind of like looking at it like yep.
It dangles from your grip, lifeless and not glowing.
Okay, but wait,
Cool.
this is the reason why. Edwin, take it back to Valsies.
Edwin holds it.
It
It
glows.
is glowing.
See? See?
Val raises an eyebrow and goes, huh. Well, I mean, I've literally no fucking idea.
Amalthea looks at it with scrutiny and says, "Is it a mage thing? Also, can I see?"
Yes. Edwin
Amal-
hands it to Amalthea.
Amalthea takes it in both of her hands, and it does not glow, but she seems entertained by the fact that she is holding something expensive regardless.
Fair enough.
I was going to say, didn't it glow when Gare held it?
Mhm.
Yes.
So that's not a mage thing. Unless you've
Oh,
been
yeah.
holding out on us.
Garrett kind of shrugs and says, "I don't know. I've got at least a little mage blood in me, right?"
Yeah, that's true.
You've got a lot of blood in you.
Yeah, entirely too much.
But we don't want you to lose any, so
Oh, me neither.
Just keep it.
Let's
Yeah.
keep as is.
yeah. Okay. Who else wants? Actually, no. Archibald.
What?
Who else wants
No
to?
choices.
Not a question.
Who else? Archibald.
Yeah.
Please hold
Uh,
this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I feel like Archibald was probably like slowly making his way over to start interrogating Godfried about life in general again, but you've just
And
sort
then
of
Octavia's like, "No, I
Get
need
over
Yeah.
here.
uh
Uh,
he dissolved in his hand.
it glows.
Oh, well,
What
that's
color does it glow?
Golden sunlight, yellow.
Okay.
what is this? What does this
It's
mean?
We
called.
don't know.
Yeah, it's called. I think the merchant said the Saints Tassel.
Oh,
don't
right, that
know.
the guy who sold the like crown and stuff.
Slug
weird-
Yeah,
bracelet.
that gave it to us as a freebie.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll holy magic. I'll do it. That's horrible. That's a 9.
Well, it sure is fucking shiny, like a holy thing would be. And it does fill you
Yeah.
with like a profound, like, divine tingle.
That's a terrible thing.
Good.
Wow. What is that? Is that what you're giving me to work with here? Okay.
Yeah, you're divinely tingling.
That
No, it just fills you with the sense that this is definitely like some sort of, maybe not divine artifact, but divine item, connection to some sort of powerful being, perhaps. You're unsure who, plural.
well, it's holy something.
Yeah,
Not sure what god for or who for or why it glows.
it's from Belhalla.
This is glowed for other people, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yes, Edwin and Gare. It both glowed for them.
Edwin and huh. Strange. Well,
Then
I
Octavia.
didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
So like Gare's got his whole thing, like all of him. I guess I'm a dragon and or use that scroll that we got. What's his name? Said or the wind one.
Amalthea. I forget. Amalthea and Volante also have Crusader scrolls, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Did it work for that? Did it work for Val and
No.
Amalthea? Huh. That's weird. Don't know why. Don't know why it's. So what if Gare, Edwin, and I have in common that no one else here does?
From the Peanut Gallery, Amalthea whispers, "You're all weird."
A
good
divine
way.
weird.
Val,
A divine
Octavia
Val
puts
weird
it
says-
in a good
detector.
way.
Val places his hand on Amalthea's head and goes, "If you don't think I'm weird, kid,
But
then
you're like
I'm
a different
doing
weird.
something."
You're like responsible.
And that
Oh,
makes
maybe
me
it
weird.
glows when irresponsible people touch it.
That would make sense, sort of. But
Val
Archibald,
looks so fucking confused. Why would it
Archibald's
identify
like,
responsible people?
I don't know.
But Amalthea, it did not glow when you held it.
Yeah, I lead an entire brigade of pirates. I'm pretty responsible.
Okay.
I'm just silly. And then she makes like a weird face.
Val looks
Welcome to my
like
sick and twisted mind.
Welcome to my twisted mind.
Val looks like looks like when your child who's very small shows you like that they can do a cartwheel and you're like, yeah, you can, buddy.
Yeah.
Archibald sort of like holds it up a little bit, looks at it glowing in his hand, looks over at Godfried, lurking in the distance, doing whatever he's doing, and then
I assume you guys are all by the fire, right? You're all like
yeah,
Yeah.
Godfrey's like right there. He's just been like slowly picking away at his rations, kind of like
Yeah,
half
no.
ignoring all of you.
I look
Yeah,
at
for good
Godfrey,
reason.
and then I look at everyone else with a very like.
He's looking
So,
back
like-
at you, like
And then I look back. Yeah, I look back at him after looking at everyone else, just looking at him holding the thing. And I was like, "You touched this thing yet?"
he does not answer your question, instead answering another question that was not asked of him, and he says, "Oh, I already know I'm irresponsible."
That's okay. That you know what? Just yeah, and Arjo just kind of like throws it at him.
It bounces off his shoulder, and for a brief moment, it does in fact glow.
What color?
The same golden sunlight yellow.
Gold. It that. I like how we keep.
It seems like
asking
the
Sims.
only color it's managing.
It's got.
right now.
Yeah.
It's not LED. You didn't get that one.
Yeah,
There's another one?
that's what I was about to say. I love how we keep asking, and Tim's like, "It's sunlight yellow."
Yeah.
It's
doesn't?
it's bright purple now, and it's got a disco effect. What like? What does that mean?
We never know. We have to ask.
That's
We
so
never-
true. I would pull some horse shit like that. But yeah, it thuds off of him, and he looks at it on the ground for a second, and then he looks up at you and he makes like sort of an angry face. He says, "Don't throw things at me."
It's a tassel. Relax. Also, congratulations. You also glow for some reason.
I already said, I know I'm irresponsible.
There's absolutely no way that that's actually what the tassel is detecting.
It would be funny if as funny as it would be if one of the various gods, self-proclaimed or otherwise in the world, made an artifact and left it on Earth specifically to tell people that they are irresponsible. That would be great. I would do that if I were a god, but like it seems a little.
Edwin will pick the tassel back up off the ground. Someone has to.
Yeah, Octavia was about to, but since Edwin
Yeah.
did. Well, I guess we're getting closer to something, to understanding what this thing does.
Yeah. Edwin looks like he's doing math in his head and he's not very happy about the number he's coming up with.
Oh, proud of him.
Yeah.
Yes, King.
Octavia sees it and she's kind of like, I'm not gonna ask until he wants to share. But Octavia holds out her hand like, do you want me to keep holding on to it for now?
Uh, yeah, sure. I don't really know if it even does anything important, but you might as well keep it, so it doesn't. I mean, having random things light up doesn't really help us when we want any reason to, be, uh, sorry, I'm having trouble with this sentence.
It's all good. Take your time.
Just we might as well not give it to someone who's going to make it light up like a campfire, because
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be pretty conspicuous. So,
yeah.
okay, back on my belt loop it goes as my accessory. And then, like, Octavia swishes a little bit to have the tassel straighten out, like, fashion.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Does anyone else wanna do anything around this fire?
I feel like we have. I feel like maybe
Does
we
Edwin
have
want to do something?
Yeah!
Oh yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, good point.
There is in fact a small like oasis area a little ways away from you. Again, not
Yeah, I
big,
was
but
gonna
big enough
ask.
to clean up at.
Yeah. I think after everything and also standing in front of reanimated corpses to reanimate them, I think everyone wants to go take a bath.
Mm-hmm. Which is fair.
Yeah.
I was
Octavian,
carrying
We will.
soaps.
Yeah.
soaps. All the soaps. Let me know when you're done. I need to wash my hair. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's the desert. No one's going to be clean for more than 5 minutes.
I know, but I still don't want to lose the chance.
And there's different levels of being clean. For example, when you're drenched in dried sweat, it's pretty fucking itchy. When you're less drenched in dry sweat, or just with regular sweat, because it's the fucking desert, it's a little bit less itchy.
Huh. I suppose.
Octavia was about to make a comment on chafing, but then she's like, no.
Oh no, Octavia. I feel that though.
Yeah.
Anyway, Val is the soap dispenser. He's got
Yeah.
soap. He's ready to soap.
Yeah. I think Edwin was probably already asking for Valente for help, because he's been very itchy, and Valente did, I think, say that he would help. So
Yeah. Val, he has this bag of soap, but he goes back to his to to Garlic's saddles, and he pulls out a soap that has a lot of black speckles in it. And he says, I have the exfoliation.
Oh my god, Bath and Body Works moment.
It literally just
Gosh.
has poppy seeds in it.
So cool that
It's just
after the
opium.
events of this campaign, Valente founded the company Lush.
It's just opium.
Just fucking opium.
That's perfect.
Yeah, here, this'll fix you.
Just like Grandpa used to take.
Don't eat soap with poppy seeds in it. You will die.
Yum yum.
Oh no, not soap with soap. It's just sometimes, you're a Ukrainian peasant farmer, and when you're sick, your mother's just like, here, huff this warmed up bag of poppy seeds, and
Oh
then go to
no.
school. You'll be fine.
That'll
Oh,
really
no.
just solve your itchy skin problem, and also probably all your other bodily feeling related problems. You're just not gonna
Yeah.
have body anymore.
You're just
Yeah,
going. No, what's going to happen is you're going to go to bed.
Yeah.
And not wake up.
Oh no!
Yeah, to quote
I
my
was more
grandfather
talking about
on
how
that.
opiates make you tired.
Good
Oh, it
night.
does make you
Oh,
tired, but
well,
depending on
I
how
guess.
much you huff.
Oh god.
To quote my grandfather, yeah, kids died. They don't do that anymore.
Thank you for the wisdom, Cheppy's grandpa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow, that's also Jugdral history. So
But
convenient.
also, guys, they used to give laudanum to kids.
No, they did. They were like, here's an opiate. Make sure you drink it down with this alcohol.
The
Nothing
cough
bad will
syrup
happen.
that stops the cough where it starts. The brain. But anyways,
Oh, old medicine is so awful.
it's so fucked up.
It's actually funny as fuck, though.
Yeah.
Damn, we used to just paint lead on our faces.
I
Good
mean,
God.
I just think about people trying to do horse tranquilizers to stop COVID.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
The thing was,
Ivermectin.
old medicine was people like, like technically what they were doing worked.
They didn't know
It's
what a
just that-
germ was.
Yeah.
They just thought
They
it
didn't know
was,
what a
you know,
germ
the
was,
humors.
and also technically what they were doing worked because it killed you, which would definitely stop other symptoms.
All I know
I
is I stop
I
feeling
fixed
pain
the
when I start breathing in
symptoms.
poppy seeds.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And but like the horse tranquilizer thing is like no one thought like that didn't help at all. It didn't do anything. It just means you ingested a horse tranquilizer.
Yeah.
Good God.
I mean, like what I'm saying, like sometimes people are worse.
Yeah.
But anyways, before we get too much into weird drugs and where to find them,
Yeah.
Oh.
bath time. Edwin
Bath.
and Valente.
Yeah, I think
Trikey has DM'd me. We don't need to
yeah,
describe
don't worry
that.
about it.
You can just say
But,
we went.
No.
Val does come back looking like he has knowledge. Not ominously.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, Edwin will probably come back as well and just be like, I think I know what this Saint's Tassel does.
Oh, you're gonna tell him?
Yeah,
You-
yeah.
Okay, I mean, I would have respected your privacy, seeing as, yeah, but I'll let, go
Yeah.
ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah, no, it's nice of you. I appreciate it. But I think it can tell Holy Blood, and I mean in Archibald's case, Holy Blood is a dragon's blood, so that would do that. So you are kind of technically full of Holy Blood. It's just not. It's not the same.
Store brand.
I mean, it is, but and Edwin just like keeps rambling until someone stops him.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Are you gonna elaborate on that, or am I just?
Do
And
go on. Go on.
no, she's asking Edwin. She's like, "Hey, you gonna?"
Oh yeah, so the point was, I think I have Holy Blood, and it's probably from the Panacea, which is weird because it's not Holy Blood isn't supposed to work like that, but and then he just goes back to rambling again.
No, but actually, Octavia puts to it. Doesn't it work like that? Actually, I mean,
Well,
the original Crusaders drank blood.
yeah, but it was like actual dragon blood.
Huh.
Archibald in the corner is like, yeah.
We still don't know.
I-
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, the beasts are. Let's be hopeful here and describe them as perhaps similar to dragons. It seems from everything. Like, they've got the blood that heals people, sort of. They've got the whole giant immortal lizard thing going on. Godfried, I don't suppose you know what the fuck is going on.
Oop, is my mic not working?
It is now.
Okay. Godfried is sitting exactly where he was before, explicitly not looking at any of you except for Edwin, who he is just kind of like staring at, but not in a way that like he's looking at him. Kind of like he's just like looking through him.
Autism stare.
Sure.
Oh gosh.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, more autism stare in the party.
Yeah.
Sorry, autism
Edwin is
stare
like
is the
not looking
funniest
at
fucking
Godfrey.
phrase to me.
He looks like he's having a big thinking. Not in a happy way either.
Godfried, can I ask you a question that's been on my mind for a while? And when I say a while, I mean, when did we first meet? I don't know.
A while.
It's been a while.
Godfried breaks his staring contest with whatever's 1,000 feet away from Edwin, in Edwin's direction. He gets up, he looks at you, he says, "No, thank you," and then he goes to his tent.
It's not about you. It's not about you.
He doesn't stop walking.
It's about Godfried or the Beast, people.
Godfried enters his tent.
I don't feel good about his silence there. I feel like that's an answer.
he goes in his tent and he
Or he
does
has
not
no
reappear.
fucking idea and he doesn't
Does
want to
he
think about
come
it
out?
either.
Yeah. Shit.
Archibald's got a look in his eye like he's about to go fucking beat the shit out of a man in his tent. So he
Octavia's like, Archibald, stop! And she like grabs his arm, like, stop. It's not going to solve anything if you do it like that. We've done that before. It doesn't work.
I swear to God, if this fucking asshole. Well,
It's.
Val says, look, he doesn't eat meat. I don't think he's doing anything that he thinks is actually bad. And I don't think it has to do with that. If he knows.
no,
If he doesn't
no.
know, then whatever, but just leave him be, okay? Antagonizing
not-
him is actually going to give us less information.
God. I don't know what he knows. That's the problem. You can ask him straight questions straight to his face. Although it's one thing to not answer questions, but to ask, "Hey Godfrey, do you have any idea if we're like gonna die or whatever?" And he just blow you off repeatedly. Motherfucker.
Size, and just says, look, if he wants to be private about it, that's his business.
Is it? It was, maybe. But is it now? Archibald gestures around at the like, are we still in the pit where we had the, are we like vaguely in the area
You're
of
right.
the
Oop,
giant
my
lizard corpse?
microphone isn't working again. You're by the plateaus, so you're in the shadow of one of the plateaus.
I gotta say, like, this Edwin. Oh, sorry. Oh, sneeze.
Bless you.
Okay, that was a
Oh,
terrible
good.
time. I haven't sneezed all day, like in the
That's
middle
okay.
of a monologue.
It
God
happens.
damn it!
It happens,
It
Cam.
was very funny
I'm being
though.
punished for being great.
Archibald got a little
Uh,
sand in his nose.
Yeah, sure.
It's a blooper.
Yeah. But like that Edwin, whatever's going, I don't know what's going on with you, kid. You don't have to really say it, but like, it's like, for fuck's sake, I got arrested and I got grilled, like raked over the coals in front of like a king and Beatrix, uh, with fucking vials of blood and illegal shit I can't explain. Like, he can't have it both ways, where it's constantly getting us into shit and also only his business. Like, it's one thing for it to be his business if he's like doing like whatever the hell he's doing to himself, like that is his business. But like this fucking obstacle course he's turning our lives into a little bit here, it feels like, is a little, what the hell?
We're
I'm
making
not-
our own decisions. Yes, some of the things we've gone into have been directly connected to the things that he's doing, but we're making
We made
choices and we've been making them this whole time. To put all of the responsibility on his shoulders is unfair, and you know it. I agree that yes, his lack of sharing is concerning to me, but I'm the kind of person that trusts easily first. If he breaks that trust, he's never getting it back. But for now, he has it. And so I'm not going to make him miserable by bothering him about it. But I'm also not going to say you can't, I guess. I was saying that, I realized, but you can make your own choices. Just
Octavia's
please
still holding on to Archibald's arm.
don't start a fight. That's all I'll
Yeah.
say.
God. Alright. Well. Shit, what time is it anyway? What time is it in the... Like, is it, like, dark out? Is it...
It is now dark-ish out.
Are we gonna camp here for realsies for the night, or do we want to move further away from the hole?
I think this is fine since there's water right here and stuff.
Yeah, and also I feel like everything out here that would have been a threat is, I feel like we just
Melted.
dealt with the... I feel like there was, like... I feel like our, friend from earlier today probably took care of most anything that would be a problem for us, so this is fine.
Yeah, maybe we should all just go to sleep and deal with it tomorrow.
Okay. Who wants to
Yeah.
do first watch?
I'll do it.
Who's doing second watch?
I'll do it.
Val, Val was about to volunteer, but he's like, I'll sleep
Octavius,
for once.
yeah, I get some sleep, and
Yeah.
Octavia does
Edwin,
like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say Octavia does let go of Archibald's arm, but like she gives like a quick squeeze to his hand before letting go.
Now is probably a good time to take a break. Because I need more water. And then
I also
we'll
water.
do some things. So see you guys
Can
in
it be
five.
like
Thanks.
Can it be like 7
Thanks.
minutes? Because my
Nope.
Chipotle is almost here.
What are you doing?
Oh,
1 second, my CC cleaner's trying to update in the background. Get out of here, bro! This is not sponsored!
Yeah, but it could be.
It could be, but it's not. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom.
I
I'll
was
be back.
just gonna say, I was just
Thanks
gonna say, Edwin,
aggressively.
like, thanks Val for helping him and stuff.
Val says no need to thank me.
It's all
and it's
part
like,
of the
wait,
job.
you know which holy bloods you have, right?
What did Val tell him?
Val
Do you think?
Val was like, there's a bow and a sword.
And I must
Question
clarify that it's not like an exact picture of a bow and an exact picture of a sword. They're both kind of like a little bit wigglier than they should be, and they all have a clean line of uninterrupted, unscathed, just Edwin skin in the middle. So they're both bisected in half.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Bad.
Yeah, Edwin has no idea what
you-
that means. He's like, there's like 4, 5 swords, so I'll just figure it out later.
Bro, there's 3.
Sorry.
There is 3
I was
swords.
like, yeah, there's a million
Wait,
swords,
And
whatever.
then Val
There is
goes, what about the
all-
bow?
There's only one bow.
Then you're 50%
So.
of the way there. And Val like,
I have to change
Press
something
him
on
on
Edwin's
his
sheet
shoulder.
real quick. Hold on.
Oh, it's getting revealed.
Alright, hopefully.
Unredacted.
Edwin has minor Uller Holy Blood.
Ooh.
That's ominous.
I mean, makes sense. He took your fucking eyes.
Yeah.
That's the trade-off.
Yeah.
Bro,
Take the
you got
eyes, you get the
scammed.
blood.
This is why you shouldn't invest in crypto. Anyways, let's do a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
What? Wait, You can't go out on that! What? Oh, God, she's gone! Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack
Okay,
now,
I need to go get more water too.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Don't buy crypto. Am I the only one here? Am I king now? Oh shit, I might be. Well, I'm feeling very validated in an earlier decision not to have one of the other party members become my weird dragon blood vessel thing. If Sam's not here, I hope she finds this little bit on the VOD later and enjoys this. This one's for you, future Sam. Screw you. I'll be back.
Anyone back yet?
Hello. Don't check your VOD.
Why?
Don't worry about it.
I'm back.
Don't check my what?
Don't check your VOD.
What the fuck did you do?
Um,
I backcheck all of these, so get ready
Wouldn't you
for
like to,
get ready for
wouldn't
your
you like to
comeuppance in
know?
5 to 7 weeks. Ow, fuck.
Oh, sure.
You're so.
I just hit
Hi,
my head.
I've returned. I fed my dog. So
Nice.
normally we feed our dog dry food, but she's fat and so she needs prescription food, and they're out of the prescription dry kibble at the vet. So we're feeding her wet food for now, and that sure
Yum.
is meat that has a scent.
Yeah. The
You
scent
open
of
the can and
delicious
you're like, that's a
meats.
smell. That's definitely
Gosh, that's
a
one of the
smell.
smells I've ever smelt.
It's an odor and it's definitely meat.
Cool. Sam, while we're waiting for session to resume,
Mm-hmm.
not to distract from the stream overall, but
Yeah.
they just announced Terrain World multiplayer is coming today.
Oh, I see. I don't have that game. So,
Once we're done Elden Ring, I'm going to take you to new levels of
Slug
torture.
and Slug 2's Bizarre Adventure. Why is Nintendo trending?
Who knows? Shoutouts to that.
They-
To the execution date on Fire Emblem
Yeah, what
Fates
the
being
fuck's
moved
up with
up. What
that,
the hell?
It's personal.
Yeah, I have literally no idea what the logic there is.
Oh, it's various reasons it's trending, but also the new Xenoblade has been spotted in the wild,
Right.
which is not supposed to come out for another 9 days. Wow, that's an early leak.
Oh, meanwhile, the new Pokemon games are just like spilling, just everything, just all over.
Gross. Clean
But
that
yeah,
up.
that wasn't supposed to be as gross a sentence as it turned out to be. But like there's like a Twitter account that's up to like a list of 70 that has leaked a bunch of stuff like before the games come out before, or has compiled the leaks that have turned out to be not like the speculative bullshit. They like, yeah, no, we found a picture of like a thing, sort of. But they're up to like 72, a list of 72 Pokemon and counting.
Damn. Is Snom in it?
I don't know. This is about new Pokemon, not about
72
They
new
don't-
ones?
yeah, including weird forms of stuff.
I see, I see.
It.
I want another Snom. Just
Snom
the
2,
same
just
thing?
endless Snom.
Yeah,
Do we
Snom
care?
2. Now
Do
there's
we-
2.
Do we care here about potential Pokemon Scarlet Violet spoilers? Which, by the time this VOD comes out, when does Pokemon even come out? Like, it might be.
November usually.
Oh
I
yeah.
feel like I don't really want to see them, but I don't care about hearing
Oh, I
like that
I
there are
haven't
leaks.
seen anything. It's literally like
Yeah,
small text descriptions. They don't even have names.
yeah.
Apparently, we might be getting a dolphin finally.
Oh shit.
I
I wish there was a
always wanted.
Pokemon whose description was just, man, he's ugly. Like, no reason.
Sorry, I got roped into yard work.
Oh no! In the middle of tabletop!
Oh, good.
It was a break and my dad was cutting trees. He's like, "Hey, can you help me put the branches in the can?" I'm like, "Okay."
Valid.
I will
We're
say
chilling.
most of this stuff is like dolphin or evolution for revealed Pokemon that I'm not gonna spoil because
Yeah.
I don't even know. But I gotta say, number 34 and 35 on here. I don't know who wrote this, but Pink Lolly Pokemon with Hammer and Lolly Pokemon with Hammer Evolution. I
Yeah.
have several questions.
Yo, I can't
Yeah.
believe they made Lollipop Chainsaw into a
I know. I
Pokemon.
was just thinking they should have made it a chainsaw, not a hammer.
Yeah, I don't know that it's supposed to be like Lollipop. I don't think that's what they're.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Their references.
Both of my animals are trying to
I-
eat my burrito.
Oh no!
They won't.
Get burritoed, idiot.
Onyx
Foul
and
beast.
Ruby. Ruby's sitting and staring at me like she's begging so bad to be given more meat. And
Give
Onyx
give
is
a bagel.
Also, there's
No.
one of these just says Gen 1 Water type. What the hell does that mean?
Squirtle. They're re-releasing Squirtle. Squirtle 2. Now he has a Glock.
You can't just say in your leak for a new
They
game.
already did that. That's
First
literally like
game.
That's
That's what
literally
every-
War Turtle, I know. And
Yeah.
Blastoise.
I was going to say, yeah, and then Blastoise
Give
is
more
Mega
in the
Evolution.
name.
They just keep giving him bigger guns.
Which is just, you know what? The first Pokemon they made was the best. They should have stopped with Blastoise.
Bulbasaur
That's not
has
the
no
first
flaws.
Pokemon they made. But
Fuck
go off.
you. I know all the Pokemon. There's Blastoise, there's Snom, and then I think there's a handful of others.
Pikachu. You forgot Pikachu.
Oh, I know Pikachu!
How could you forget Pukumuku? Another.
Oh my god, I
Spud.
forgot Spud too. I can't believe this.
Do not bark. I'm on stream.
Oof. Alright,
Don't. She
Oh,
will
man, we got
bark. You will
Millicent
summon
here.
her through my headphones.
Millicent moment. I'm like eating a cough drop because I've been literally shouting for, I'm gonna say, a strong, literal 12 hours.
Yeah.
So if you hear like bad eating mouth sounds or I sound weird, like I'm talking with a broken lip, it's because I'm eating a cherry flavored cough drop that's making my entire throat numb for good reasons. So
Fair.
can't wait to not have
Fun.
work tomorrow.
Good
Love that.
reasons.
Well,
God, I wish that
other
were
reasons
me.
my throat would be numb would be checks notes allergic reaction.
Or
What
various
happened?
diseases.
Sam do accidentally be getting fed nuts occasionally. Thanks, Chappie, for that.
No.
What? When did I do that?
It was one time in freshman year. It's okay. But anyways,
The deep lore.
why don't we?
Obsessed with the fact that Cheppy fed you something you were allergic to and didn't remember.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Sam, you
Fuck
eat and drink shit you're allergic to on purpose every day because you're an addict.
So true.
Do we have
I
to
love
discuss
vitamin
the
water.
effect that vitamin water has on you? Yeah, that's not normal.
Why
It's not
are you?
supposed to tingle, Sam.
It's like drugs to me.
It's not supposed to tingle.
It's not supposed to tingle.
I get,
Sam.
you know, the potato sweats.
Oh.
Oh
No, we don't know. Because that's not a thing. It's supposed to
The
happen.
potato sweats. Anyways,
To be
why
real,
don't we?
I would endure
Oh,
the potato sweats if I was allergic to potatoes.
no.
I don't like potatoes, so it's okay. Let's jump right back in. Can someone remind me watch order? What's happening on watches?
Archibald's gonna go first. Watch.
Yeah.
Octavia's gonna go second. Watch.
Okay, Archibald. The only thing you notice on your watch is that a pigeon flies into camp and immediately attempts to make its way into Valente's tent. First, it bonks itself on the opening, not entirely realizing that it's been closed, and then it like sort of shuffles around on the ground and kind of tiptoeing once it realizes that there's a fucking wyvern in the camp. Worms its way into camp. Or worms its way into Valente's tent. Valente, you're just dozing off to sleep at this point, only to feel the sensation of small bird feet on your cheek.
Alright, he opens his eyes. And
You get, just like, you know in 3D kids movies when there's an animal really close to the screen? That's what you see when you open your eye.
you get
Just
pigeoned,
pigeon
idiot.
eye.
And Val was like, oh. Okay.
It prods your nose.
Val sits up.
It hops off your face and onto your lap, holding out its little leg, on which is tied a piece of paper.
Val grabs the paper.
Give me a fucking second to copy this link.
I will.
I should have done that during break, but unfortunately, I have a brain deficiency called stupid. Let's see.
Ruby, you don't get to eat my queso.
She can have a little queso as a treat.
No, it will make her sick.
That's part of life, bestie. We
She
must
ar-
suffer.
she literally-
No, don't give your.
She
Yeah,
literally
look at
ate
this
an
picture.
entire bag of chocolate yesterday.
Oh no! Also,
Just
yeah,
look
Trikey,
down.
this
Size
picture
smaller.
is what Valente sees when
Oh.
she wakes up.
Oh no.
Alright. Would everyone like me to read it to them?
This is meta knowledge since you guys are all asleep.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, you
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
do it canonically
Go ahead.
tomorrow morning or something, then
I will
Yeah.
say Val reads it aloud in the morning, but for the sake of our dear sweet viewers at home. Dear
The
Valente,
continuity.
thank you so much for keeping in touch. Sorry it took so long for me to write back, and sorry again for writing such a short letter in return. Things have been just a bit crazy since we last spoke, and I haven't even had a moment to sit down. A caravan from the south came through the other week, and almost everyone involved was unwell, so I've been spending my days attending to them. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to save everyone, but I am trying my best. They all seem to be quite ill. I don't know what they could have eaten to result in a sickness this bad, but a few have already wasted away in their beds. I pray death does not take any more, but the few who remain seem to be stabilizing, though not healing yet. I would not admit this to any other than you, but since you already know my secret, I see no harm in saying that only those blessed by the Crusaders of old have made it through the worst of the sickness. Still ill, yes, but alive. Everyone else is either on death's door or buried. I don't mean to worry you. I'm probably being a bit dramatic anyways. I'm sure they'll be better in due time. I've gotten over a few pretty nasty stomach bugs in the past too. As for the rest of your letter, Circe, I can't say I know her. If she wields Broggy's staff, then she must be related to me in some way, but I don't think we've met. Then again, if she's from the capital, we wouldn't have ever been introduced. It's so weird to think that there's a whole side of my family who I've never even seen before. Maybe someday I'll meet them. I hope we can be friends. If they're healers too, then I'm sure we'll get along just fine. Smiley face. Thank you for assuring me that we shall meet again. I am literally shaking with anticipation. I've missed you all so much. Tell everyone else I say hello, and please accept this gift. One of those who passed carried it with them, but their surviving friends said I could have it, but I think you'll get more use out of it than I. Right back soon. I want to hear all about the desert. Is it really as hot as they say, or was my grandfather exaggerating way back when? Love, Heart, Lethair, Alicia, Orpha.
And attached to her letter falls out a slip of paper, and when you pick it up to read what it is a Life Taker skill scroll.
Oh, that's she's a healer. What the hell is she doing?
No, she found it off a dead person and was like, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I don't need this. But my friends who kill people do.
Lethair, just
Well-
like, I'm picturing Lethair, like, at her cute little vanity at home, thinking about, my friends that kill people, heart emoji. They'll love this.
I love how Val was like, I don't think we'll be able to get the Valkyrie staff for you because literally, like, the general essentially of Valhalla has it. And she was like, oh my god, cousin?
Cousin.
Uh,
But oh no.
So-
oh no.
Life Taker. Unit recovers 50% max HP after they land the final hit on an enemy.
Nice. Who
The
lands final
pigeon,
hits the most?
the pigeon hops off of your lap, bouncing away towards the door. It slowly pokes its head out as if anticipating that the wyvern is going to be right there waiting, before scuttling away, and Archibald, as you're on watch, you see it fly off nervously into the sky.
I give it a little salute as it
Ah.
takes off.
It doesn't see you, but
Yeah, Val passes out immediately.
all right.
Good night,
Archibald, your watch passes without any real eventfulness. Obviously, people are getting up to use the bathroom and stuff. But other than that, nobody really does anything crazy unless a player wants to do something crazy.
I'm not gonna lie, I seriously considered using the first watch to go harass Godfrey, but nah. Not yet.
Godfrey has not made a reappearance since he ignored you and left. He has not emerged from his tent to do anything. But yeah, the first watch passes without event. Octavia, your watch is also quite calm, at least for you, but for others, I would like a luck roll.
Do I roll since I went
Yeah.
to sleep in the
Yeah.
latter
Yeah,
half?
you get to
If you're
roll.
asleep, you're on the thingy. Uh-oh, Trekie's Wi-Fi crapped out. Trekie, can you hear us?
Oh no.
Trekie.
Oh my god, we McFrickin'
Oh
lost
my
him.
god, we lost him.
No.
Blink twice if you can hear us. Oh. Oh shit.
No! No!
Mikey!
No, Trekkie!
Was my Wi-Fi disconnected and like so I tried to have to redo it, but I think my Wi-Fi is just like messed up right now, so I just took it off.
Okay, what
Okay.
did you miss? What did you last hear?
Last thing I heard was Archibald may harass Godfrey, but not yet.
Okay, what I
Oh,
said is that Gottfried has not exited his tent for any purpose since disappearing. And eventually Archibald goes to bed, and it's Octavia's watch, and you guys are all making a
Yeah.
luck check if you're asleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that Archibald probably spent a lot of his time looking in the direction of Godfrey's tent, including when Octavia comes out. But he
Do you
will
want
Do you
not.
us
want
to
to
do,
make
like, a
any
little
checks before we do anything, or are you just staring?
Well, that was going to be for flavor, but since you're offering, ma'am, I might. What stats exist in this game again? It's been 1
All
week
of them.
since. Yeah, no.
Yeah, 1 week.
Persuasion?
Perception, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
Can I please roll perception?
Oh,
No.
that's
Hello?
I've been cursed by that voice. That was like a 6. No, wait. Oh shit. It was a 6 or a 9, and then I bumped it a little bit, and it went from one to the other, and I'm not sure which one.
Okay, just reroll.
Oh.
69, nice.
Nice.
No, that's a good roll, so it doesn't feel. I totally rolled like a 6 or a 9 early. Like that's way
Jabald
higher.
confirmed sex haver by this roll.
Yeah, Chubby,
Just kidding.
can you confirm
Nice.
or deny? No, I'm kidding.
Uh,
What's the roll?
let's go with the 6 because I'm pretty sure that was the first one.
Okay, you don't hear or see anything of note.
The second one was gonna be like a 17 or some shit. I'm like, no, I rolled bad and then
Yeah.
fucked it up. It doesn't get to win.
You
Repent.
sure? Okay.
Yeah.
Archibald, you don't see or hear anything of note. The only thing you take note of is that Godfrey does not make an appearance at all over the course of the night.
Hmm.
I guess
Everyone
then
else? Can I get a luck?
Octavia.
Oh,
Yeah.
Octavia, what?
Or do you want us to have like the exchange or just do the switch off? Andrew.
I mean, did you have anything in mind? I didn't think this far ahead. I was too preoccupied with conspiracies.
That's fair. That's fair. Octavia's
I
just gonna
guess-
notice him like staring at Godfrey's tent.
Yeah, no, I guess Archibald will eventually go and wake up Octavia, just like poke her awake a little bit. Your go.
Thanks. And she gets up and
Yeah.
goes
On the way, well, as he's turning away to his tent, sorry about earlier, I guess.
It's okay. Archibald, I completely understand why you felt that way. I just
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
yeah, but I just feel like Godfried is trying his best in his own way. I mean, he let us stay at his house. He's been still guiding us and staying with us for this time. I don't necessarily think I agree with what he's doing, but I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that when the time comes, he'll be willing to share.
This bat is more stubborn somehow than actual dragons I knew.
Well,
But,
how stubborn are royal dragons who have certain needs met?
You'd be surprised. A lot happens in 1,000 years or so.
Are you including yourself on that?
Well, that's mostly me. A lot of them aren't here.
And thank you for listening to me and Valente.
Well, but be an asshole otherwise, right?
Yep, but hey, most of us are a little bit asshole-ish here, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Alright, I better get to bed and tempt the gods. or whatever, whoever sends the weird dreams everyone's way.
Okay.
Have a good watch.
Thanks.
Look out for
Sleep
pigeons.
well.
You
Sleep
too.
well.
You're not sleeping, but
I'm not
you
sleeping.
Too. No, you too.
Okay.
Wait, that's still not right. Shit.
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
not.
go to bed.
But
I'm gonna
Octavia's
go to
just
bed.
like giggling a little bit, like. Thanks for
Yeah.
waking me up.
No problem. Clearly, I should sleep. See ya.
Yes. Sleep. And Octavia takes watch. And everyone does the luck rolls.
Yeah.
I've been sitting on the result of Val's luck roll this whole time.
Yes. Do it.
Would you guys like to know what Val's luck roll is?
What is Val's
Please.
Yeah.
Yes.
0.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Is
god,
it-
I
is
was
that-
gonna say you guys are gonna hate my roll, but that one's worse.
Is that
Oh,
a natural? Is that a natural 1, or is that?
That's a 2.
Oh, so there's
Minus
still
2.
potential. I still have a chance. Is what you're saying?
I just got
Yeah.
blood all
Come
over
on, my character's
slug.
canonically got nightmares out of his ass for like the first 800 years. Give me this. Oh, that was actually really close.
What is it?
That's like
infected the rest of the party.
that was a natural 3. That was pretty fucking close.
All right, so who? Can I get everyone's final scores then?
0.
0.
I 4, which is the
4.
lowest I have rolled all campaign. It is literally
Good for
only
you.
3. Well, it's not bad enough, unfortunately.
Belen-
Belente, you come to not realization, not wakefulness either. You come to your senses, and you're standing in sort of a field of like crackly dry grass. It feels like it might be the end of summer, so not far away in season from where you are right now, maybe a little bit more towards fall. And you are holding on something in your hand, and there is someone in front of you walking away from you.
What am I holding?
You look down, and in your hand is a sturdy but harmless wooden practice sword.
Who is the what's the person walking away from me?
Well, they're clearly not visible because they are walking away, and the grass is quite tall. It's up to your maybe waist. So, and your average height, right?
Yeah, 5'11".
Yeah. So, but this person, you can see that they have purplish short hair, and they're wearing very plain clothes. And they seem to be perhaps masculine in physique.
Okay.
And as you stand there, the person turns around and in a gruff voice says, "Pick up the pace, kid. We don't have all day."
Oh, Val did not know who's. Okay, Val follows then.
As you follow the man, he leads you to the center of a clearing where the grass is much lower, but still very much there and very much crispy from the hot sun. And he turns to you. You can see that he is also holding a wooden practice sword, but his is much larger than yours. And he holds it in both hands like a practiced fighter. And he says, "So we're gonna run through this one more time, because I have somewhere to be in a couple hours. But I want you to put your effort into it this time. No slacking."
Yes, sir.
The man looks off guard by your response. He kind of raises an eyebrow, but he tentatively, raises his sword and prepares to attack you. Can you make a defense check for me?
Yeah. Oh, this is funny.
This is gonna be hilarious.
18.
18. Hold on. You parry him flawlessly enough that he falls back onto his butt. And he makes like a vocal sound of surprise, and then he turns to you as he stands up and he brushes off his pants. He says, "God damn, kid, why weren't you doing this the whole time? I didn't realize you were actually listening to me."
Val internally thinks, because this isn't my memory, but shrugs and says, "Luck. which is not wrong. Val's bad luck did get him here.
The man frowns deeply once more, as if, like, for a moment he was expecting, like, I've been listening to you and I've been learning, but luck is, anyone can get lucky. So he raises his sword again and he says, Alright, one more time then. Let's see if luck will save you twice. Make that roll.
Val winces because it will, because it's him. I just won't say whoever this fucking kid is. Hold on. Sorry, I rolled it and then I fell out of my box. 25.
You obliterate the man as he comes in towards you. You flawlessly parry him, and then, with, the swipe of your sword, you've knocked him back once again, head over heels, literally, into this field. He disappears butt first into the sea of gold, and reappears even more perturbed than last time, again dusting himself off, and he says, Are you sure, Luck? Or are you just too, high-strung to say that you're actually listening to me?
Val makes a face and says, I don't know.
The man glares at you for a second, but then his face softens just a little bit, and he says, You can admit that you're listening to me, kid. It's unexpected, but I'm kind of proud that you're, starting to get a hang of this.
I mean, it's a useful skill. I needed to pay attention at some point.
I'm glad you're finally learning to see that. Maybe this time next year we'll have you on patrols around the camp. And then he like looks at you expectantly, like waiting for something.
In your dreams.
And then he makes an expression like, yeah, there we go. But he doesn't look entirely antagonistic anymore. He's kind of like, that's classic Valente. But
It isn't though.
yeah, he just kind of makes like a face like, we'll get there yet. And he raises his sword again as the dream fades away. You
Val
wake up.
accidentally gave whoever that memories was street cred.
See?
Get street cred, idiot.
Congrats.
That dream would have gone so differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone else got that,
That
it just
dream could have
would've
gone
been,
four wildly different but equally hilarious directions.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Alright.
Val wakes up and feels like logically he knows he couldn't have like changed the way that time works, but feels like somehow he accidentally ruined someone's reputation.
Oh no.
You wake up and you're like in a completely different place, and it's like you've time traveled, Back to the Future style. Like the town's in
Like,
shambles.
Yeah.
Are you going back to sleep, or are you doing something?
Well, what time is it? 4
It's
in the
still
morning?
early morning. Very early morning.
Val's like, well, that's what I get for literally always taking morning watch. And tries to fall back asleep.
Alright. As Valente settles into the sandy covers of her sleeping bag, somewhere across tent, Edwin is having a dream. Edwin.
Oh,
Edwin, right? Yeah, I've got the right guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, did I just automatically say Edwin?
No, I got a 3, and I think Archibald had a 4.
Ah, yes.
Yep.
Edwin,
Unfortunately.
you wake up, and you feel #bad.
Oh, again.
Your arms hurt.
Are they still attached to my body?
You look down, and yes, they are, but you are just covered in blood.
Oh.
And
Can I tell if it's my blood?
that's like pretty much up to your knees is not helping you feel any better.
Does it look like it's my blood? Can I tell if I'm bleeding from anything?
You want to make a medicine check?
Oh boy. Yes, unfortunately I do. Okay, 10.
Bleeding rolls a 3. Who's to say?
I don't know. 10. It's a little bit hard to
Yeah.
tell since it's so cold out. You're kind of like in the going numb phase of the whole being
Mhm.
outside shtick. But as you move your arms, the stains get bigger. So logically, this is coming out of you.
Alright.
And as you take stock of what's happening, you realize that there's the same like sort of painful warm sensation on your forehead as well.
Oh, cool.
And you're holding something in
there-
your hand.
Oh, okay. What is it? What am I holding?
You unfurl your hand to see a dark gray sort of bottle looking thing, and it's clearly full of something, but you can't see what it is.
Okay. What is around besides snow?
Can you make a perception check for me?
I can. Okay, that is exactly the same. 10.
10. You look
Yeah.
out in front of you, and you see nothing but blackness pretty much. There's a lantern on the ground that you assume to be yours because you can see footsteps that lead from the lantern to you, to somewhere else, back to you.
Yeah.
And it's still lit, so it's a little bit of light illuminating the area. On the ground, you can see there's all sorts of stuff. Looks like there's a couple knives and a couple, wicked-looking surgical tools as well. And as you turn around, you catch sight of something very dead right next to you, right behind you.
Oh god.
Something very
Okay.
large and scaly and staring at you.
Oh, okay. Can I get the lantern?
Sure. You pick up the lantern.
Can I bring it back to the dead thing?
You bring it back to the dead thing. It's clearly some sort of lizard creature. It
All
does
right.
not seem to be alive, and there is a knife buried in its neck.
All right. Um, does it look like a beast?
It does look like a beast, but definitely not a gray beast. It's too big for that.
Okay. All right. Um, does it look like a white beast? Can I open its mouth?
Strength check, please.
Oh god.
No.
I can't open its
Buddy.
mouth. Someone else could. Oh,
I love how
7.
memories change depending on who gets the dream. Accidentally makes someone really good with a sword for 10 minutes. Accidentally makes Godfried a wimp ass motherfucker.
He's kind of already a
What?
wimp
He's
ass
not a wimp ass
motherfucker.
mother. Yeah, I was just gonna say. I'm
Well,
not
worse.
changing
I don't think
anything.
I don't think his strength is
It's
worse than
neutral
Edward's.
now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
neutral.
Edwin's is a -4.
Oh, king!
That's what I said.
What'd you
Wimp ass
roll?
motherfucker.
All right. I assume I do not succeed at that.
What'd you roll?
7.
A 7? Actually, gravity does most of the work, and its jaw does, like, kind of slough open. Mostly
Yeah.
because a lot of things have been severed that would usually hold that in place.
Fair enough.
And as you lift its jaw, you notice there is, like, a really dull but not excellent pain happening somewhere in your abdomen region. But,
Oh.
before you can attend to that, you do notice that the inside of its mouth is a tar black.
Oh god.
All right. Well, shout out to Godfried for doing that by himself. I'm just gonna put that out there.
God.
Well, I guess it's time to take my bottle of juice and limp home, probably.
Alright, can you make a
And the
traversal check
lantern.
for me?
Oh no. Okay, at least I didn't put. Oh no, -1.
-1. You turn
-1.
around. You turn around to move, only to hear something in your lower half make a very bad noise, almost like metal having a collapsing moment. And then you fall face first into the snow, waking up in your tent.
Okay.
Sounds like someone's wooden leg with metal joints froze up,
Yeah.
blocked,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
made you trip.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Glad we all know exactly what that dream was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure
Yep.
do.
Sam was like, there was a beast, knives, and surgical tools. And we're like, gee, I wonder who that was.
And like a bottle of whatever.
A bottle of
mysterious
ominous
dust.
medicine.
Yeah, and like
She really wants us
Godfrey
to
sure.
figure out.
And the
What's up?
snow. It's super
Yeah.
fucking cold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All we needed was like a dead sister doing cartwheels in the background. So, like, just fucking like
Just like Edwin turns
No,
around, there's a ghost
no.
Fortnite dancing in the background. That would be fun.
Millicent shows up.
Oh god.
Millicent shows up
Not-
5 minutes late with a cup of Starbucks.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just whipped cream for the puppy.
Yeah, she would love that shit. Are you kidding me? She could probably
my
take
God.
caffeine. Anyways, this is off topic.
Puppuccino, baby.
Cappuccino. But yeah, Edwin, you wake up in your tent, thankfully unharmed, and significantly warmer than you were in your dream.
Thank
That would
God.
make sense. Going from Celeste
Yeah.
to the aid.
Yeah. Edwin rolls over and goes back to sleep. He's had enough of this.
All right.
They keep putting juice and ominous dreams in this boy. So full of juice.
He will not stop. I'm
Oh,
sure there will be
God.
more.
Oh no.
I don't want Edwin to experience Afflicted 3. He's already got a rash.
Edwin's got the horrors, TM. Every day I wake
He'll
up
be
and
fine. What
experience
could go
the
wrong?
horrors.
I forget.
Yeah.
Godfrey's at Afflicted 2, right?
No, he's at Afflicted
He's-
1.
Oh, he just has. Wait, did you change his LMS, his luck miracle saves?
Bestie, someone hasn't
That
been
was-
keeping track.
I'm
If you-
sorry.
When you
you
take a
want a,
panacea,
um,
you level up and get more luck miracle saves.
Oh, for
Yeah.
each time that you level up. Oh, my bad.
Hey, Edwin,
I
how
can
you
also
doing?
Yeah, I can also tell you a fun fact is that Sam let me know that you also have an afflicted level that is next to your level, which I think is what AL stands for, but
Yes, it is.
that's my
Oh.
guess.
Oh.
And if you look at Edwin's sheet, I think he has like 14.
What?
And I think Godfrey's was like 8 or something.
It's 9 at the moment.
Maybe I'll look before we level up.
Yeah, afflicted.
Why
level-
is yours
What?
14?
Because he has
Because I have
afflicted
consumed
too.
more juice.
He has consumed more juice.
It is going faster.
Oh my god, what?
No.
What?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh
no.
no.
Don't you love it when bad
The reviews are in.
Bad.
Don't you love it when bad?
Yeah.
It's
Anyway,
like
just
I
sharing
was
my
doing
knowledge with
remember
you
like
guys.
20 minutes
20.
ago when half of you fuckers in character were like, no, don't go harass Godfrey for the details. And look at me now.
Yeah.
No. In character, they have no fucking idea that this has
Yeah,
to, like...
that this is
Oh,
happening.
I know. This is sometimes you just gotta let the paranoid freak have his way.
You guys in character don't know about luck miracle saves because they're not like, you know, something that's you have a little card on your body that says here's how many you have left. You don't know how many you have until you don't have any more.
Yeah.
That's when you're dead.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you die.
I do want everyone to know for fun that if Val ever rolls death, you know, the 20, she has a 32.3% chance of dying.
Oh fuck, Valente!
Valente, why do you do this?
Because her luck is 30%,
Oh my
which means
god,
if she can roll above us, if she rolls within that 70% 3 times,
bruh,
Yeah.
literal bruh moment.
it's okay though. She has
Octavia's
to
luck-
beat a 5% chance first.
Yeah. You kind of have to go to those extremes. So there's different fail safes. I mean, Octavia has 45% luck growth. So odds better.
Yep.
What does
Anyway.
everyone have?
Edwin has a 60.
Oh, Edwin has a 60. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
He got
hold
that
on.
improved
It's
because it
more
was
like
not
you're
that
fine.
before.
What does Archibald have? Archibald has a 55.
It
Could be
shoutouts
worse.
to a
Wow,
shoutouts to a pre-session 1 Archibald where he briefly had like 100%.
Archibald, immortal moments.
Luckiest man alive, and
Die
that's all we
historic on
do.
the Archibald road.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I'm doing some quick maths.
I still want
Mathematics.
Octavia to reach
Edwin
0.
has a 0.05% chance of dying.
And it has to
Yeah.
power
Yeah.
through 12, or no, not 12. How many saves? Like 8?
9.
9? 9 saves.
It's 0.6 to the
problem-
9th times 0.5 because you still have to roll the death thing
Mhm.
first, which is a 5% chance.
So is that 5 in every 1,000 or so?
Yeah, 5
Did you
in
say?
The problem
It's-
with that is
it's 5 in every 10,000, I think.
Oh, 10,000. Oh, okay.
I just didn't realize that you had an extra thing next to your level.
I did not
Yeah.
see that either.
I
I
did not
checked
see
this stuff
that.
I
regularly
looked this
enough.
up over vacation because Sam
No,
was
Sam just
talking.
added it
Sam was,
recently, so.
Okay.
yeah, she was teasing me on the car ride up about how people hadn't noticed the changes she'd made to the character sheets for Edwin and Godfrey yet. I was like, fucking motherfucker. It's like,
Anyway,
hey,
Sam tells me every time, and I'm like, oh, I'll see when people
Yeah,
find
it's
this
like-
out.
Psychologically
Yeah,
tortures
I-
Andrew while he's trapped in a car with me for 4 hours.
yeah, and then a few days later she gets a DM like, hey Sam, why is Edwin's death saving throws at like 800% of what it used to be? What gives?
Smiley face emoji.
Because you can end up something else, I guess.
Epic and
Uh.
cool. But anyways, you guys wake up to a cloudy desert morning. It doesn't look like it's gonna rain because it's the desert, but it's not entirely sunny today.
Octavia's making slurry.
Yum. Amalthea immediately sits down, peering into the pot, and she says, my favorite.
Clutch.
I'm glad. And no extra rabbit this time, so that way Godfrey can have some.
And then she shrugs as if she doesn't really give a shit before holding out her
Fair.
bowl, like, give.
And Octavia gives the slurry.
Gare dips his bowl into the slurry, not really waiting for anyone to give him some, and then just starts drinking
Oh,
it.
you're welcome. You're welcome.
With a full mouth, he says something that sounds approximately like, "Yeah, good," and holds out a thumbs up, like mouth covered in gunk, still sipping.
Octavia gives a thumbs up in return, yeah.
Val exits his tent with the letter from Lethair, the Life Taker scroll, and an expression of I dreamt something that wasn't supposed to happen.
Altering history.
Obviously, that isn't actually what happened, but like he did not
Mhm.
actually alter history. But in his head, he's like, the guy was confused. I feel bad. I made someone really cool for 10 seconds. And that's it.
That's okay. They got some time to shine.
Something like that. And then Gare immediately went back to being bad at the sword.
Oh. Gare kind of
No,
senses
but-
your weird vibes, but he's still drinking slurry, so he's not gonna say anything.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's paying attention? Just kidding.
Yeah, he's always paying attention, bestie.
Hey.
Always
Because he has the
watching,
highest perception
Zowski.
in
Yeah,
this group. He's always
Gare's
looking.
straight up proficient in perception. He do be looking at things.
Mm-hmm. You do be perceiving.
He's got like the constant vigilance that like a prey animal would have.
Oh no.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that does.
He's always ready for
Uh,
someone to ask him to protect a village or something.
Val holds up the paper and says, Lethair mail.
Lethair Mail. Oh, Octavia brightens up like, oh, Lethair Mail. What's happening with her?
Val life slug reactions for 3 seconds. Then
Oh no.
says
why?
it's
Oh no.
because Octavia got so excited. Oh, a Therabil! Okay.
I like that funky little
Oh,
healer.
Life slug reaction. This mod isn't gonna make sense in like 2 years. We're gonna be like, what did that mean?
What was that mean?
Straight up, what does that mean though?
Need life slug reaction to last forever because it's the funniest fucking thing. Anyway,
It outlasts
Val
Star Wars.
says Val is like she seems all right, but not great news. And then he reads the entire letter.
Oh yeah,
And when he's done,
Edwin and Archibald, are you like here?
Archibald's
Yeah, I
probably
think-
coming out of the tent, like right about
Is
now.
Oh,
Godfrey
Val
here?
doesn't read it until everyone's around.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
Godfrey's
Edwin
not
creeps out
here.
of his tent to go get some slurry.
Godfrey's not
Is
here.
Octavia
Bruh.
calls Godfrey, it's slurry. I didn't add any meat. It's okay.
Godfried tentatively exits his tent, looking very much like someone who did not sleep very much at all.
Uh-huh.
He takes
Oh,
some
honey.
slurry.
We got another prey animal here.
Archibald
you
is
go.
opposite him on the other side of the fire or whatever, equally sleepless looking, with that fucking roll of a 4. I'm calling just bad vibes.
You just didn't. It is how good you sleep. So if you get bad enough sleep, you just have someone else's nightmare. That's how it works.
Yep. But yeah, Val reads the letter to everyone. Talks about how they got the Life Taker scroll, and is like, I have a feeling Axinia. Yeah.
Octavia's face falls.
That's
Yeah.
that is so bad.
You
Everything
need to
you
write
just
back right now.
Yeah, we should let her know.
No,
At
you
least
need
to
to-
watch those people.
Valente, get the
Val
paper.
Val immediately hands her the green pen he stole, and the pigeon paper, and says, "You write it. And he sighs and he goes, I'm not great at remembering medical details, and I don't remember entirely all the
Fuck.
things.
Who
But-
has Oxinia's journal?
You remember? Did I keep it?
Yeah, I think you do. I think it's
I
Edwin.
kept the map. I think someone else kept the journal.
It was split between player characters, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
wasn't Val.
Octavia just grabs whoever has Oxinia's journal, and I guess she's like writing the response. So Sam, I guess I'll write a letter responding in Octavia in the next few days to you.
Sounds good.
So
As you
Octavia
do
writes
this,
it
you can
down.
see that Godfrey's kind of like looking over your shoulder and reading as you're writing.
You got
Octavia's
anything
like,
to add?
yeah, Octavia's like, is there anything that you can do to convince her?
He stops eating slurry for a second, and he just thinks for a little bit, and then he just suggests that, well, there's really no point beating around the bush. She should probably just kill those people or get someone else to do it.
Fuck. And Octavia is not in the sense like she disagrees with it. It's more in the sense like Lothair is the last person that she thinks would ever decide to follow that advice. And she is looks so frustrated.
it did
And
from across the fire pit, whatever Archibald calls it. Did she say that some people had already died?
Yes.
Do we have any idea of how long you know, no, that was sort of
No,
question two.
Octavia looks at the timeline for Exini's journal. How long was it ago since we got a last letter from Lothair? Like 2 weeks
How
ago?
long does it take? And how long does it
Yeah,
take for a letter to get here from there?
yeah. Did she write a date on the letter by any chance?
She did not date her letter. She did put little hearts in the corner though, if that helps.
Understandable. Thank you,
Have
Lothair.
a nice day, Lothair. um, I would say, can Octavia guesstimate between the timeline of Exinia eating like any of the beast meat, and then her last entry?
Let's
Actually,
see.
I can just
You can.
yeah,
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not gonna make you roll for that. Instead of doing that, Godfried, who is still kind of looking over your shoulder as you write, is gonna notice that you're like attempting to triangulate a date, an ETA, if you will, and he shakes his head and he says, "It, I wouldn't try to find a date or time. I'd just say as soon as possible."
fuck. Okay. And Octavia writes it, and she's like, at certain points, she's pleading with Lothair, like, I know that you're trying to help. It's like, it's this tone of almost desperation, like, I know you're trying to help. I know you're doing this, but after what we've seen, you can't do any, with your current abilities, you can't do anything else for them. Get them out of the city. Just get
Can
them
we
out.
can we
Val,
send her the journal too? If we're not
I
using
don't,
it, at least.
It's a little
I don't
heavy
know
for
if
a
it's,
pigeon.
yeah, I think the
Uh,
pigeon might struggle with that.
for pigeons.
But Val says, I look, I don't know what morality methodology she follows, but
She doesn't like to kill things, Valente.
no, I'm not finished.
Okay.
She's saving more people if she does this. I don't know if that'll convince her or not. It would convince me, but some people would say they would never harm anyone in any case.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do we know? And Archibald's directing this at Gottfried, but he's not being a dick about it. It's like, do we know that killing them will actually stop whatever's going on? Like,
He.
is this a
Oh,
after death sort of thing? Like,
I would recommend that after killing them, they burn the bodies as a standard plague procedure, but
well, yeah.
Godfried looks at Valente and he kind of like nods a little bit, but he does say, "It, it's not an after death sort of thing, as far as I know." But honestly, I wouldn't be too worried. The Luan Guard, are probably more than aware of this sort of thing, and they will deal with it accordingly.
Are they gonna tell her?
And then he shrugs, and he goes back to eating.
they're gonna have to come up with an excuse. There's no
The
way she won't
Luan,
notice all of her patients disappearing.
the Luan guard is familiar with this.
He looks up again, pausing eating, and he says, "Any, I guess, stable government would have to be. It's a dangerous thing, so."
Like, this happens around. It like this sort of effect is known to most of the governments around here.
Godfried kind of looks around as if he's like worried about being watched.
What the fuck is this man's deal?
And then he like lowers his voice and he says, "They would know, but it's sort of a worst kept secret situation. You're not really supposed to talk about it.
It's like when we talked to Klaus.
God, God.
Axinia
So,
was sent away from Finbar because they knew what happened.
wow. Shockingly, it's secrecy around here that stayed the same. It's just somehow the problems related seem to have gotten worse. Oh boy.
Octavia's like swearing under her breath as she like finishes it up, and she debates on ripping out the parts of Exinia's journal, but most of it is like her quickly doing almost like spark notes of them. It is like pleading with Lethair to take this, and then she seals it up and waits for a pigeon to come.
So I guess this sort of all begs the question, as Octavia's waiting for the, you know, who's out here? Hmm. I don't know. Given the whole government thing we had earlier on, this feels, I don't know. This doesn't feel great. Who's out here someone out here doing weird experiments, well, probably. Hmm.
We already know the reason why, if people knew what Gottfried was doing, he would get arrested. We just know more about that now.
Well, no, yeah, sure, but like, I don't think that one guy from up north going around making like medication from lizard blood is. I don't the fact that we have seen them like putting beasts into prisons and stuff and uh,
To protect the people.
yeah, sure.
Like Octavia doesn't say it's like a dead tone when she says
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Uh, cause like, how'd you? So these things, I've said this several times already, but I'll just bring it up repeatedly because it's an important point. I think, 1,000 odd years ago, hell, even like a good 700 years ago, this these things were not around. There were not any of these things around for someone to accidentally stumble across and like eat or hunt or whatever. Like they're all over the
Something
place somehow.
someone made them probably. That's
I'm going to say, like, I'm sure that a giant lizard could easily spread across the continent naturally in some form, but like weird blood magic does not tend to just sort of manifest itself spontaneously. Uh, who's the asshole in the last 700 years of history who decided that we needed to go back to the days of dragon blood pacts or whatever?
Does anyone here know? Anyone got an inkling on the last 700 years of Jugdrali history?
Everyone stares at
Gare
Edwin.
Gare kind of makes a little face, but he doesn't say anything.
Archibald gives him a look, not an accusatory look, like, if you got it, say it sort of look. Uh,
Gare just kind of looks at him and he shrugs a little bit. He says, I don't know. I don't have details. All I know is, I don't know, Valhalla bad. Bad things happen there. This is a bad thing, right?
Oh yeah. And it's very on brand.
Is the pigeon coming?
The pigeon does arrive as soon as you lift your pen from your paper, signing your name. A pigeon appears before you, expectant.
She gives it to the pigeon and like gently brushes its head and is like, "Go fast."
It coos. You're not sure if it got the message, but it does fly.
God, gods.
Funniest thing ever is watching us live fix the way that we swear.
Yeah.
God,
All
gods.
the fucking time.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I mean Naga.
Naga's tits.
Oh, God.
You mean gods? Sorry, that
Gods.
just was.
Gods damn it.
I don't know what to say.
We've done all we can for her for now.
I feel so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't think we would make it back to Luan without going all the way back up through Celeste and stuff, so
Mm-hmm.
Don't, don't waste your energy feeling stupid about fucking weird conspiracies or weird ancient magic shit sort of in the description that no one knows what's going on.
Yeah, apparently even the people who freaking started it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Octavia hands the pen back to Valente and gets a little bit of slurry. It is kind of like I'm gonna go sit down and with Jupiter for a bit.
I understand.
Uh,
Jupiter is happy to sit with you. Completely not realizing that something is now wrong. He attempts to put his gigantic, scaly head in your lap.
Octavia allows it and is like just sips from the bowl and pets and scritches between his horns.
He purrs.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like a motorcycle.
uh, walk over next to Godfrey and sit down. I guess, are we still eating slurry or whatever? Probably.
As you sit
Uh,
down, Godfried kind of jumps a little bit. He's got like kind of a fight or flight sort of
Jeez,
face on,
jeez. Relax.
leaning towards fight.
Gods. If I wanted to fucking, if I was going to fucking stab you or something, I would have done it months ago. God.
He frowns deeply at that, but relaxes.
I don't suppose you know anything about dragon stones, do you?
Uh,
That's not That's not accusatory.
he
I
doesn't
I
look
don't.
at you feeling accused. He looks at you in complete and utter confusion, actually, and he shakes his head no.
Ah, yeah. I didn't think. This is what I get for being a shitty student.
How do you mean
I'm
by that?
I'm arguably the one who's supposed to know about old magic shit and how that all works. But here I am.
And what would Dragonstones have anything to do with anything?
Well, this might all be stupid, and furthermore, it might all be completely outside of the realm of your experience. So, just everything I'm about to put out into the world, just ignore it if whatever. But I was thinking about when I said yesterday, but yeah, let me start by saying yesterday night when I started talking about since I met you and the whole thing, that wasn't actually about you. It's as long as I've known about the beast being a thing, I've kind of had,
Dwyer, so much background noise, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not realize my typing was so loud.
No, it's not typing. It sounds like a washing machine.
or a
There's
fan or
literally
something.
nothing else making any
Maybe it
noise.
was just your mic. Anyway, sorry. It's gone now.
Yeah, I don't know what, yeah, no, it wasn't actually about, it wasn't I've been suspicious of you, no, I've been suspicious of the beast thing ever since I learned about that. Because dragons dying out, disappearing, whatever, bunch of lizards similar. It's all weird. It's weird. Shouldn't. But I don't know. I kind of had my suspicions maybe that they might be dragons or actually I didn't really think people. I kind of figured they'd be dragons first. But it had me I've been wondering for well, since around meeting Beatrix again. He says very dead-eyed for a second. There's, I guess, degenerative sort of issues were a thing with dragons, right? Like the whole losing yourself to madness, turning into a monster forever.
Yeah.
That's the reason
Godfrey kind
dragons
of
don't.
shrugs. He's never really met a dragon that degenerated into madness before. Except maybe you.
Yeah. Uh, but like the reason, yeah, everyone sort of took the dragon sort of took many different tacks for how to, not turn into just a mindless monster and go insane and become a giant scaly animal. There are dragons like yours truly, except not quite all the ones who decided, hey, let's just sort of roll with it. Pride thing. And then there's like all the divine dragons. Basically everyone else said, okay, if the power and dragon blood everything is the source of it is like slowly declining and driving everyone mad, just take it out and put it in a rock. And he sort of pulls out his sort of dragon stone and starts like sort of like throwing it up and down a little bit and like catching it in his hand, like just absent-mindedly as he's talking. I don't know. It's stupid, and the problem is I have no idea how any of this works. But like, I don't know if you could deal with the other problems involving monster blood and magic by just sort of taking the essence of yourself and sticking it in a rock. That wouldn't work for something like this. Gesturing vaguely in the direction the giant lizard corpse was in.
One second, please. Oops.
What?
I said 1 second, please.
Oh.
Chill
Oh
out.
no.
As you're tossing the rock up and down, Godfrey is going to reach out and grab it out of the air, and
What?
then look at it, and then frown. And he says, "That's a idea, all right, but," and then he hands it back to you and he says, "I don't think you're barking up the right tree here."
Yeah, I figured not. They kind of they taught the young dragons about how all things worked, but well, I was pretty averse to learning anything about it because my experience with dragons was obviously very fucked up and full of all sorts of horrible shit, and I wanted nothing to do with any of it. And now, of course, I found apparently the potentially one good thing they sort of did medically, I guess, and here I am with no idea what to do, and everyone else did. So, yay for me. Good thinking, Archibald, of 1,000 years ago. Good job.
I almost said Garfield. Holy shit.
What?
You know, the cat. Godfried, looks at you for a second, just like kind of ponderous. But he just kind of like goes back to eating his soup, but not before like snorting a little bit under his breath, like in kind of a half derisive way. Like, haha, you don't know what you're talking about.
Can I roll an insight check?
Sure.
I'll tell you what it's for after I roll the number, if that's okay with you, because
I
it's kind of funnier that
guess.
way.
Go for it.
Insight, that's a 12. I want to know, was that little pause before the snort I've seen his like grades or whatever in school. Was that a moment of like recognition of self and the other going on there?
Oh no.
Did he just have a little moment next to me of like oh no, he did what I did, but like at 1,000-year scale?
That was not a recognition of the self, though. Later, at some point in the future, when Godfried has a couple seconds of alone thinking time, he'll probably make that connection and then smack his own forehead. But yeah, that was not what that was.
We're not so different, you and I.
We're both bad at learning.
We're the two dropouts who are like, this will never be important. Cut to like.
Is it dropping out if the
mid-
school teacher explodes?
No. Is it dropping out if your like kingdom and family are all sort of like slaughtered or whatever?
We gotta get these two guys
But-
what do they call those? Like the high school diplomas if you don't finish high school.
GEDs.
We gotta get these guys some GEDs.
Yeah, our deep hatred for each other is the fact that we remind each other of our mutual failures.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here.
Emphasis on the dom.
Val did not go to school, so
Yes.
He went to the school.
He went to night school.
Yeah, he went to night school. You have to learn some
was a
shit in night
general.
school.
He was
night school, as in the school that you go to at night.
Yeah.
He was
Hey.
a general in the human lifespan. I spent like 800 years living in ditches. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's
So
cute.
did she. Just kidding, not Andrew dear. She had spent like what? How long was she spent like 4 years being homeless?
Aww. Oh no.
Baby.
Could be worse.
Could be worse.
But yeah. Godfrey does
And
not
that- and-
currently recognize the self, but he is snorting derisively at you.
And then there's a little pause. I let him have his little chuckle over there. And then just. And the question of whether or not it's worth. Frankly, part of the reason I'm asking you any of this is because I'm trying to figure out whether it's worth writing Beatrix about it. But if you think I'm barking up the wrong tree, I'm sure as hell gonna take that as a reason to not bother.
Godfrey gives you kind of like a look like, oh, you're gonna write your girlfriend about that? That's pretty cringe. But he says, you're definitely barking up the wrong tree.
I appreciate that extra. And I'll stand up and sort of salute him a little bit and then walk off. Somewhere.
Godfried, now that he's been freed from multiple uncomfortable conversations, quickly finishes his food and then immediately gets to work packing his things in his tent.
After Octavia finishes her food, she goes back quietly to like cleaning up and making sure to get stuff situated.
Situated?
Yeah. Unappreciated.
What's Edwin up to?
Edwin is trying to eat his slurry and not think about everything everyone just said.
Oh,
Buddy.
The implication with that Godfrey stuff was kind of for it to not be too like sort of a little hush hush, a little bit, not very, not secret, but like not. Hey, do you think Edwin's gonna die like 10 feet away? Not that shit.
Yeah.
Not that.
I will say, like, Octavia just thinks, okay, this only happens when you consume it because she's.
Yeah.
It's fine. Edwin's only drank 2 bloods.
Yeah.
It's okay.
2 blood.
Don't think about it.
What's Valente up to?
Valente's eating the sludge.
What?
Yeah,
It's called slurry.
What?
It's sludge. It's sludge.
I heard a different word.
I heard slut.
What did you hear?
I heard slut.
Sludge.
I heard
Not
slut.
sludge, but sludge. But that would also be accurate.
A
Octavia
sludge.
can be a slut, so okay.
No.
Oh my
No.
gosh.
No, no,
Oh,
no,
I
no,
thought that was
no, no,
Yes,
no,
queen.
no. That's his little sister. No.
God,
We're
no,
a big
I
happy
figured.
family now.
Anyway, he's consuming the slurry since you're all mean and can't understand me.
Sorry, we're 12-year-olds.
Sorry.
And looking like he's fucking stressed.
Mm-hmm.
Because someone he has sworn to protect is about to endure one of Val's great traumas.
Oh no.
And he's like, great, it's fine, I'm
Wait.
doing great. This is a lie.
Can I
He's doing
add to
shit.
Val's stress for a moment?
Yes, you can.
Edwin just like looks over at Val and is like, "Hey, can I ask you for a favor?
What is it?
Um,
Oh no.
if you guys have to kill me or anything, can you give my money from this to my parents?"
Of course.
Okay, thanks.
Somehow that makes Val's like, yeah, I know how to handle wills, but then is also like, oh no.
Oh no, I know how to handle wills. Oh no.
Edwin will go back to eating his breakfast.
Yeah, it's interesting because like you've seen Val riled up before, but you've never seen him like stressed.
Yeah.
And he looks freaked. He looks unnerved. But in typical Val fashion, he's gonna keep that to himself.
We're giving him more gray hairs.
Oh god. Octavia's gonna ask at a more lighthearted time for Godfrey, can we write to Merope to give us more bread? I think we all need bread.
As you guys are like packing up, are you gonna ask him that?
You know what? Do we have still an extra piece of paper?
You have
from...
a fucking several.
Yeah,
because Olive keeps sending us letters that I can't send back, so I have a couple.
So Octavia goes to Godfrey and she's like, can we ask Merope for her bread recipe?
Godfrey, who is like rolling up his tent and was previously like fucking in the Marianas Trench of thought, he just kind of like blinks and looks at you and says, "Her what?"
The bread recipe, the bread that she gave us when we were visiting your place.
The one that made everyone sick and hallucinate wildly.
Oh my
Well,
god,
we didn't
man.
get sick.
He's being dramatic. It wasn't that bad.
Not.
He looks
we
at you
did.
and in like a slightly quieter
Val
voice, he
did
says,
not say
"You know
that.
what?
I said it. I
No,
purposely said it in a higher voice to it was me and not Val.
to Octavia. He like studies Octavia for a quick second, and in a much lower voice, like this only Octavia receiving, he says, "You know, I can help you with that for way less trouble, right?"
Oh, I mean, yeah, I figured, but I I don't need it right now, and it's more in the sense I think. Well, also thinking where we're going, maybe something there as a distraction. Who we're amongst if we need it. Something that isn't lethal, but something that will keep them occupied. And
Sending NPCs to the Zane zone.
Get sent to Zane prison, idiot.
Archibald on the listening to this conversation off to the side, like, why is it that no humans nowadays? Archibald's not immortal. What the fuck? Why is it that no humans nowadays understand the difference between drugs and clairvoyance? What's wrong with people?
just
No,
he specifically said hallucination, and Octavia's like, yeah, I know.
Meanwhile,
Archibald
Godfrey's like, I can
inside,
literally
like-
just hook you up with some LSD, my friend. You don't need to go
Yeah,
through the trouble.
Archibald listened to them talk about that one time everyone had like a collective clairvoyant episode, and he got an actual physical item that they've all seen him use out of it. And listening to this man go, that time we hallucinated, and like, I have a bracelet on my arm.
He doesn't
turns
believe
me
in the
into other
supernatural. We've covered this.
He's just gonna
drinks
think that's a
dragons
funny
for
wrong
a living.
You're in
you
a story.
have.
Who says he's drinking it? But he looks at Octavia and like gives her kind of a look like, I don't think that's a great idea. But he gets up anyway, and he sort of holds his hand out for the piece of paper and he says, I'll write her. I've been meaning to write her anyway, so.
Thank you. And I'm guessing, like, maybe she talked to Edward, like, can I have the piece of paper
Yeah.
from Alice? Thanks. And then
Yeah,
goes and
absolutely.
and hands it to Godfrey.
Godfried spends all of about a minute writing what you can only assume is the messiest fucking handwritten letter you've ever seen,
my
because he's
God.
writing it using his leg as a desk.
Okay. Yeah.
Which leg?
We love a doctor.
The one who,
We love that.
the bumpy wooden one with like rivets in it. And then he like sort of folds it up haphazardly. And then a pigeon comes and collects it. It looks at the letter like distastefully for a second, before fluttering off.
Archibald looks at the bird. Archibald looks at it fly away and turns to Godfrey Octavian. He's like, "Did anyone else just see the like weird disdain from that bird? What was that about?"
Godfried looks at you
Birds.
and says, maybe he smelled you. I don't know.
I
I've
mean,
done so
Garlic
many
doesn't
bad
like
things.
Godfried much either, but
I've done so
Godfried
many
looks
things bad,
genuinely
but
slightly insulted by that fact. He has done nothing.
Archibald looks insulted in general too. Like,
Octavia's like, guys, Godfrey, you usually smell like medicine and blood. Archibald,
All people smell like blood.
you smell more particularly like blood. You know this about yourself. This is not a judgment. This is me telling you.
He like looks at you thoughtfully, like, but also a little bit confused, as if after like 20 so years of smelling like blood, he's kind of forgotten that he smells profusely of blood.
we're the
He's
same,
disguised
you and
like-
I.
And then Octavius goes, and you smell like lizard to a horse. And you were also and also he referred to you as Dirt Boy.
Well, sure, but have you ever smelled a pigeon? Like, they're not exactly the.
Godfrey looks at you and quietly says, "You smell the pigeon? Why?"
You just had one in your hand. Just smell
I
your
didn't
hand right
sniff
now.
it.
Right, but you just touched it. Like, smell your hand right now. It probably reeks of pigeon. It's a bird.
Godfrey looks at his hand and then makes like a distasteful expression and says, "No, I'm not gonna do that. That's weird."
Do you wanna wash your hands?
Yes, actually. And then he walks over to the little oasis area away from you.
Okay.
You want soap?
He's already gone.
Thank you.
What did I ever do to birds? Like,
You smell
so
like a
many
predator.
things I did wrong, but birds
Archibald,
were,
make a
I'm
luck check
generally
for me.
never wrong.
Archibald, luck check.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh wait, oh no, what's gonna happen? Oh no.
Oh, that's not great. That's a 9.
As you say, "What did I ever do to birds?" A raven flying overhead shits on you. Squarely the center of your forehead.
Ah,
You are not. I'm washing that off of
Why?
you right now.
The
right
bird's already
now.
gone.
why?
Octavia's just like, wow. I mean, you tempted fate with that. I'm sorry to say, Archibald.
I've never.
Val is aggressively holding soap in Archibald's direction.
I like. Archibald walks over and is taking the soap and also still red. He's like, I liked animals growing. I've always liked animals generally. Like, it's not. What the hell? They just
And-
decided that I'm.
And Octavia takes his hand and brings him over to Jupiter. Jupiter likes you.
Jupiter
Oh, yes.
sniffs your hand, gives you a big long sniff of your hand, tentatively licks it, and then puts your hand in his mouth.
Ah. Not hard,
He doesn't bite down. He just kind of holds your like forearm in his mouth as he like stares down the barrel of your arm towards you, like expectantly.
Alright.
Val does say, I mean, I'm pretty sure Garlic's like neutral towards you at this point.
I'm trying to check and see what I have in inventory. Did I have?
At this point, Godfried has returned from the mud puddle that you use as a bath, clean. His coat is very wet.
Oh no, buddy!
Do I still have a bone on me somewhere?
Is it in your
What a
inventory?
given soap.
I don't know. I kind of have
It's
a lot
not
of
the
bags.
Wyvern's chew toy because Octavia has it in hers.
Oh, shit, that's the thing I was thinking of probably. Do I have any more bags of rotting meat left over that might have bones in it? No, I
Do
don't think
not
I do.
feed
Delivering
Jupiter
rotting
human meat.
I'm not gonna feed him human meat. Well,
Why are you taking out the meat?
Don't say well.
I don't have the meat anymore, Archibald. Yet anything. And Archibald's just gonna laugh, arm still in mouth, is like, good boy, and just sort of pat him on the head with the other hand that's not consumed.
He releases your hand after wagging his tail and licking your face.
Oh
Yeah, he
god,
does.
that's got the bird shit on it.
He does that.
He does not seem to give a shit.
He really
The
likes
bird
it.
shit, if you will.
So true.
Oh,
He's probably eaten
but-
worse stuff off the ground than that. But yeah, he licks your face. You're clean now.
aha!
Congrats.
I like this one.
Val looks offended at the implication that he doesn't like garlic.
I didn't say anything about garlic.
You said
Garlic's
you
great.
liked this one, as in opposition
As
to
opposed to
others.
the
Octavia
you
goes
showed
over
my
and pats
face.
Garlic's. He's like, I like you too, Garlic.
Garlic is so
Val,
excited. His second favorite person is over there.
I'm not talking about garlic. I'm talking relative to the bird that just shat on my face.
Amalthea
Sure.
comes forward and also like holds her hand out to Garlic like, are we friends? Are we cool?
Yes. Third favorite person.
Amalthea then also gives Garlic some love.
Garlic is so stoked right now. He has not gotten this much affection at once ever. Like, it's not that
Helping.
Val isn't super affectionate with him, because she is. She's like, this is my baby. But this is 3 people doing it? Bro.
Amazing.
Garrett's still standing there, like he's got that like dad Roblox kid face on again.
Yeah.
Like, man, you guys are dumb. And Godfrey still looks like straight up offended at Garlic's direction.
Garlic, pride, like, does the horse, like, snort at Godfrey in almost like a show-offy way? Like, he's like, I'm better than you.
Godfrey looks even more offended, and then goes off to get his stuff, doing his very best to pretend like this is not affecting him in some way.
And Octavia's like, come on, Godfrey. We like you too.
He's a very easy horse to please. The fact that you are getting mad is kind of sad. You just have to be nice to him for like 10 minutes.
From over his shoulder, you can hear him say, "I'm not mad, I just need to pack some more. I'm not mad. I'm not."
Archibald mouths.
I
he's
lie
mad
better
to
than
the
that.
group.
He does not answer. What's
I'm
Archibald
I'm going to
saying?
go with the headcanon that it's during this storming off and packing in about 10 minutes from now is when he's going to realize that we're the same person from everything that just happened. in the
Sure, we'll
last
canonize that fact. As he's
Yeah,
packing,
it-
for the briefest of seconds, if you were to watch him pack, he like slows to a crawl for like a solid 30 seconds before resuming,
with more
having
like
a thought having
fury.
passed through his head that horrifies him to his very core.
He's just done like he's just recreated half the fucking bits I did about Archibald being like a deranged little filthy lizard man in the course of like one session. He just like recapped every bit I did.
You know how when people hang out a lot enough together, they like become each other?
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
victim. But anyways, are you guys packing up, getting on the road?
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
As you resume your travels down to Arwell, you don't encounter anything crazy for the first bit, but can I get a traversal check?
Sure. Do you
Also,
guys want-
how much longer do we want to go? Because we can do this next part, or we can cut it off at 10 if you guys like. It's up to you. I don't have work tomorrow, so.
I'm happy to keep going because
Okay,
it's
I
8
don't
for
have-
me
I
and
don't have
it's
that
so
much.
light out.
Oh shit, I wish that was me. What about the rest of you guys?
I'm good
I'm
for
good.
it. I just want to say, like, if it extends beyond like 20 to 30 minutes, I might need to quickly dip out to go get my charger because I'm in my dad's office. And
Oh.
I did not bring my charger.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, we
of
could have
course.
a quick break.
Yeah, of course we're gonna
When
have
we
a quick break.
when we are done with traversing. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I just asked because like I don't have work tomorrow, so I can stay up.
Yeah.
And I do have a little bit
Nice.
more on the sheet that I planned in full. So
Ooh.
nothing,
Okay.
nothing
New
too
NPC.
crazy. You guys have
New-
already chewed up most of my puzzle pieces for the
New
day.
NPC.
But
okay.
anyways, traversal check and victim, please.
I will do traversal because I have a +6 to traversal. Who wants to be the victim? You?
can do it.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Or-
I didn't hear what you
Rotation
said.
returns.
Woo! I just heard a woo, so I'm guessing yeah.
It's,
Okay.
it's me, yeah.
Okay.
Your woo was so distant. I didn't
Woo.
realize anyone spoke.
Yeah, I leaned all the way
A
back to do
distant
it.
woo.
That's 11.
11, you have a perfectly normal journey through the desert. It's hot, it's muggy, but nobody dies and no one's even close to getting heat stroke. So, well hydrated, and you've got your desert skin now.
I'm thinking as they're
Tough.
traveling, Octavia's also practicing flying and doing maneuvers with Jupiter.
Every time you get even remotely close to the ground, Amalthea like jumps up, not in an attempt to like grab on, but just like she's psyched out of her mind that something this cool is happening so close to her.
Octavia's like, make sure you be careful.
She does not stop jumping. And every time you come close, you can just hear her, like, just her quietly go, "Woo! Yeah!
Hmm.
Do a flip!"
Octavia's like, looks at Jupiter, want to do a flip?
Jupiter snorts and does a death spiral towards the ground before catching himself at the last moment.
Woo! And everyone hears like Octavia screaming, and then it turns to laughing.
Amalthea, like, wails, like, in anguish. He says, "I want to do that! I want to be up there."
I want to be there where the people are.
Yeah, no, she's having a straight up Little Mermaid moment down in the sand. I want to be where the wyverns are. But anyways, Edwin, out of curiosity, remind me, how tall are you?
Oh no.
What?
This is for a bit,
That's
don't
a
worry.
good question. I don't think I
always
ever totally
imagine-
decided.
I always felt like Edwin was the second shortest, but not as like at least he's within even or either slightly taller or slightly shorter than Octavia.
Yeah,
little
like
guy.
he's not exceptionally tall or anything. He's just like average adult height.
Gotcha. Well, at some point during the journey, you begin to feel very loomed over, and if you were to look over your shoulder, you'd see that Godfried has been pretty much stuck to your side the entire journey.
The grafting is the next phase of the illness.
Oh, no.
God. Oh no.
Get up,
Sorry.
Elden Ring.
Yeah, I was about to say, Cheppy, we beat that boss in Elden Ring already.
Oh, silly Sam, you think that's the only one?
No! Fuck that guy.
It's meat all the way down, baby. Let's go.
Oh
Gross,
boy.
also. But yeah, Edwin, as you walk along, he doesn't say anything, but he's walking behind you, close. Not uncomfortably close, like he's not like breathing down your neck,
Yeah.
but he is actively casting a shadow over you.
And usually he's minding his business, so it's weird. I think Edwin like notices this and he's like, "Oh, well, maybe that's just how we're walking right now," and waits for like 5 minutes and it doesn't change. And he eventually looks over at Godfrey like, "Do you need something?"
Godfrey kind of like starts for a second. Clearly, this is another moment of him staring and thinking and not really paying attention to what's going on around him. He looks down at you and he says, "No, why?"
Oh, just it seemed like you were walking over here like you wanted to talk about something, but I guess it was just my imagination.
Godfrey kind of like stops for a minute and then walks away to go stand over by where Gare and Amalthea are, a couple feet behind them.
Okay.
The weirdest man you know does weird thing.
But Edwin, as you walk, you can feel that it does feel like someone's just kind of like watching you.
Yeah,
Oh, normal.
yeah, fair
That's
enough.
totally normal.
But anyways,
Waiting for him to come ask about his science experiment.
he's got new drugs for you. All right, you guys walk. It's a couple more days of walking, actually. You camp a couple times, nothing of eventfulness happens. Again, you have a super normal journey. You don't come across anything. All in all, it's as fine a time as you can have. You're walking through the fucking desert in the middle of summer. But in the distance, eventually you catch sight of what looks to be another camp, and as you approach, it is clear that this is in fact the merchant camp you were destined to meet up with.
Sweet.
Nope, we didn't loiter too long.
Yeah.
We have an excuse. There was a dragon in the way.
As you
I don't think we have an excuse for the fucking S curve we made through the desert just so we could go see the
No.
obelisk.
It's fine.
They don't need to know that.
as you guys make your way into the camp, it seems as though very few of the campers are actually like paying attention to you. So clearly, people come in and out of this camp like often. It's more of a, you know, come when you're available sort of thing. You see there's tents pitched everywhere. You can see some people are like trading wares. Different merchants are trading between each other. Um, all in all, it seems to be like a kind of bustling little mini city. And you can see, for those who are paying attention, Gare kind of like relaxes the minute you enter this little trading town. He like visibly just like lets out a breath. And he's like, ah, I know this.
You're used to the oh, Gare.
It's like, ah, I'm home. Amalthea is also like looking around curiously, like, oh shit, they've got wares.
Where's
And-
the wares?
Yeah, do they have like their wares like out at all, or is it like
there's a couple. No one has like stalls around, so you kind of have to go person to
Yeah.
person. But after visiting person to person, I can give you a list of like what's available if you want.
Yeah, let's go shopping.
Well, as far as weapons go, there is someone selling Microburst, which is 100 gold, Mastermind, which is 100 gold, Unsteady Knife, which is 300 gold, Warding, which is a 500 gold, and Dark Manuscript, which is 1,000 gold. And as far as items go, someone's selling Dream Diary, which is 100 gold, Demonic Plate, which is 500 gold, Lance Knight's Medallion, which is 1,000 gold, Temperance's Surplice, which is 1,500 gold, and Judgment's Greatcoat, which is 1,500 gold. Let me know if any of those sound good to you, and I will repeat what they
Can you
are.
put them?
I
can you put
can
them
do
in
that.
a list?
So
Yeah, I was like, oh my god,
fucking
I
true.
stopped comprehending after the
I
first
kept
two.
looking for
Holy shit, they got a
mastermind.
These people just got a fucking holy relic.
Whoa!
Lance Knight's medallion is to let you use Nyorin specific weapons and skills without consequences.
Damn.
Oh, hello.
I was interested because I was like, oh, Lance thing. Finally, Val gets something.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, that's a bit
They
more
have
important
money too.
than I thought.
As you guys
you got
gather
money.
around the merchant who is peddling Lance Knight's medallion, you can see other people are also interested in this item. It's clearly a hot ticket item. You notice that it looks a lot like the flat silver medallion you got from Axinia's pack, except this one is glowing slightly gold around the edges, sort of like a sparkly gold. And it's got a lance symbol carved into the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Dream Diary, like, Trekkie. Hey.
What?
What?
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
you might,
okay.
like,
That's
you-
the thing that like slows affliction or something, right? Sorry, I was looking up all the weapons. Sam, what does
Oh,
this
no.
red block next to Dark
Um,
Manuscript mean?
It reduces
that means-
starting nightmare coefficient by 1.
The red block next to any weapon means that it's a unique weapon that already exists in the world. So when I'm randomly generating a list of available
Oh,
weapons,
okay.
I can't generate that one.
Okay, and it exists because it's right here.
It's yeah. So you've already seen it. You'll see Suspirium is also
Yeah.
marked. At least it should be. If it's not, I'll
Yeah.
get to that.
Yeah. Interesting. This is a Dark Manuscript is extremely powerful, but like at what cost? It's
1,000
like
gold.
2d12 dark damage. Okay, fair enough. It's like it's also +6 to your magic.
Yeah, no,
just
sorry.
for, like,
I thought
holding
funny bits with Dwyer.
Yeah.
No, it was very funny.
No, that was so good. Oh, I forgot to mention, as you guys have been walking and like sort of entering camp, Volente, it's your turn to get loomed over. As
Brand
God.
is gone, by the way.
Okay, well,
Hmm.
should we wait?
That's up to you, I
Should we wait?
suppose.
I guess we'll wait. Why not? We can chill.
Yeah, we can look up all these items.
Yeah,
I would paste
Valenti
them in
can
the
get
chat, but
loomed
I don't
over
have
in a minute.
Discord open on my computer.
The unsteady knife is shockingly not bad, despite being
Yeah,
a
I actually
sucky knife.
that might be useful because of the passive regeneration mostly.
And it's effective against monsters and undead. Hey, Godfrey, knock knock.
Your boy loves a good knife.
Oh, the temperance's surplus is automatically succeeded all traversal checks, but I feel like we already are okay with those.
Also, it's really funny when we fail.
Sorry, Judgment's greatcoat is plus 30 to wisdom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh my god.
These bitches got items. Items I want to give to Aira. List, Dark Manuscript,
Oh
endless.
god.
Yeah.
You've got problems.
While Rand is out, I'm gonna also step out for a second to go sneeze my brains out. So
Y'all want to take a 5-minute break while you guys look at these items?
Are we doing that? Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, shoot. I just
We're taking a 5-minute break.
Well, shit.
5-minute break. We already said it.
5 minute
Goodbye.
break. 5 minute
Bye.
break. Bye.
Crikey.
Me.
You.
I was just gonna open Discord on my computer so I could start copy pasting some of this stuff in here.
Uh-huh. Oh man. I love
There's a
how
lot of
like
good
the
stuff.
weapon guy like kind of sucks. And then
Yeah.
the item guy is like, "Hey guys, look at this shit." And it's like
Yeah.
literally something that doesn't ever exist anymore. Plus 30 to whiz.
Yeah.
You can use Nyorin Holy Blood items as skills.
You can just be holy blood but without the everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Just take it, just have it.
The
It's
other
fine.
guy is like, I got 1d2 wind, but it's got
I know, I saw that. I was like, wind, and then I looked at the number.
its crit ceiling is 17 to 20, but that's just 2 more damage. You're
Yeah.
dealing like I think 6 or 8 max if it's against a flyer, and that's it.
Yeah, deeply sad.
He's like got everything shitty, and then he's like, oh yeah, and then I got this thing, and it's the most fucked up tone you've ever seen.
Yeah, I could see just having that to raise someone's magic. Like, I
Yeah,
would
for
take it.
real.
It's just also kind of expensive. And Edwin doesn't have a lot of pocket space.
Yeah.
I need to see if anyone else wants the thing that increases you to, like, cavalry movement without counting as cavalry. Because, like, as much as it is useful for me because I heal, it's also, like, there's other uses for it, and I am constantly full on inventory because I carry so many tomes.
Somebody say full on inventory.
Yeah.
Help.
I was gonna ask if anyone wanted the thing that gives you cavalry movement without counting as cavalry that I picked up last time because I don't necessarily need it.
I mean, mine is still plus it's still regular 3 movement, 6 dashing. You just get to go over certain terrain. But it's kind of
It'd be really fun for you to have cavalry movement and flyer movement at the same time.
it
Fucking
would,
going.
and basically it would just be to be like I can be anywhere to dance anyone.
It's literally Fallen what's her name?
Ninian?
No.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my mom
Same
got home.
same banner. Fallen Lilith.
What are we up to?
Oh, okay.
She can tele. We're talking about if we gave Octavia, who's now a flyer, the like cavalry movement without being a cavalry person, thinks that she had both flying and cavalry somehow, and how that would basically just be Fallen Lilith because she can teleport to any 2 spaces, any space that's within 2 of a support.
God.
So she just fucking goes places.
Here I am.
Okay.
Now I'm over here.
What
over
were we
here.
saying? What was I talking? I feel like I was talking about something. Oh, Valente,
Yeah?
you are being loomed over.
Yes.
You turn around and, as you might expect, Godfrey is standing next to you, and he's looking at you pointedly.
Hi.
He pulls something out from under his cloak, and it seems to be like a folded piece of, like, very, tough fabric, and he says, "I don't want this anymore. Here you go."
Okay. Thanks.
That would be the scale armor.
What?
Oh yeah, that we
Yeah.
left on him.
Yeah.
He like pushes it into your hands the minute you like even remotely think about holding your hands out. And he says it's very heavy.
Ah.
Are
Thanks.
you taking it?
Val will hold it for now. I don't know if he's going to put it on or put it in the convoy, but it's definitely in his hands.
Godfrey, satisfied with a hard day's work of handing something to someone else that he doesn't want to deal with, leaves. He just walks away.
Yeah, Val doesn't care.
You can put that in the convoy or your inventory, if you like.
Yeah, he's deciding. You know, if this was anyone else, Val might take this as like a tsundere way of saying like, stop dying when beasts hit you. But it's Godfrey, and he doesn't think Godfrey cares for him particularly much. Like, he doesn't think Godfrey hates him or anything. He's just like, I think he's like neutral comparative to the rest of the party. So he's like, huh, okay. I do keep dying to beasts. He dies so much to beasts.
He does.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Godfrey isn't gonna use it to get close to beasts to cut them open, then Val would be my next
Yeah,
suggestion.
Val should use it.
Yeah, and then, okay, yeah, he'll put it on. Does anyone want the steel shield, which is +5 defense? Or should we just cop 300 gold?
I won't say no to it.
Yeah, go ahead and take it. Val's defense is 20, so without it, so I'm not worried.
Okay, steel shield.
Yeah, steel shield.
Okay, sorry for all the clicks. I'm sitting in a chair now instead of at a desk, so I don't have my mouse.
No, it's all good.
It's okay. Me when I'm stupid, okay.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you just like take out the steel shields already?
Oh yeah, I just wrote on top of it. Sorry.
Should I grab?
No, it's okay. I just now I'll go look for it.
Should I grab scale armor from Godfrey's inventory? Take that out.
Yeah. Val is now wearing it
Val looks sick
after
as
being
fuck.
after
It's
being
like it looks like chainmail, but it's obviously dragon skills.
yeah, dope.
It's heavy.
The best part about it is that Val has died twice to beasts, and now I won't do that anymore. Let's hope.
Epic.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Definitely.
First one was Atla. Fuck that guy. Just kidding.
What?
Atla's
Oh my god, he's
thought he
just
was play
it's his
fighting.
birthday and he's just a little guy, so
No, that's why I said just kidding. He thought that they were play fighting, and he didn't realize that Val was accidentally really easy to murder that one time.
Atla didn't think you were play fighting. Atla did not get that message. Atla saw a bunch of people with knives approaching him and said,
No,
"Oh hell no!"
I know that he did not actually think it was play fighting, but like it was a play fight, even if he didn't know.
Yeah. All right. Does anyone want to
Uh,
purchase wares?
Quick question. For shield, do I put in bonuses or buffs?
Bonuses. If it's permanently affixed to your body with an item and not like something you get from someone else for a temporary amount of time, that's a bonus. Buff is, like I said, temporary, so like what a rally would do, and then a debuff is the same thing but negative.
Did you want the
Octavia now has 12 defense.
nice?
Woo!
Nice.
Did you want the movement thing as well out of Edwin's inventory?
Yeah. Is it a shoot? Let me check it. Is it a skill or is it a?
No, it's a special armor.
Okay, then I need to have Octavia put away. For now, she'll put away
The clicking sounds are so loud.
I'm so sorry.
I feel so
Hi,
clicked
thought,
on.
Advanced
so
ASMR.
You are files in my computer.
No, don't
Yeah,
put me in a zip file. It's dark.
I'm so compressed right now.
I need to be compressed. Like a
I'm
JPEG.
sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. It was really
No,
funny.
it's funny. That's the sound the Saint's tassel makes when you move it from little funny icon to little funny icon. Just like a meaty chunk sound.
Yeah.
Ka-thunk, ka-thunk,
It's very satisfying.
Then I will like that. So I'll just put for now. I guess
You want
for now, yeah, I do want to. I just move the iron bow into
Okay.
the convoy. So you can, if you're okay with it, can you just put it over iron bow at this point?
Yeah, sure, no problem. I was just about to offer.
Thank you. It's in the
Let me
partially blank, so I'll just
Let
put it in
me
the convoy.
I closed everyone else's sheets so I wouldn't be staring at anyone. So I gotta
No, it's okay. It's
Fine.
funny.
Yeah, it's all good.
Like right
I
now,
literally just don't think to close things.
No, you're fine. Right now, Rent's in my sheet, and I'm like clicking on the anonymous frog icon.
Like Sonya in Revenge.
I was looking at certain things because I think I was looking
Yeah.
for something earlier. The steel shield.
Everyone,
that's
click
No, I
click
know.
on Rand right now. Do it.
No, she left, or they left.
I'm clicking on you.
Okay.
okay.
Saint's tassel is actually an inventory item now, huh?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
It does
Okay.
something in combat. I kind of forgot about that.
But we don't know what it does.
It does a
Yeah.
cool thing. I promise.
Guys, I need to get Octavia to fight something to figure out if it's going to activate. That's the thing. It's just
Yeah.
a
I don't think
battle she's been support.
I
Well,
also listen. Is it going to do anything right now?
At this second?
In
Who can say? Depends on your actions.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean if you wanted to like trade it, I could now hold it.
Do you want? But the problem is it glows.
Yeah, that's fair. I shouldn't hold it.
That's the thing. Octavia's holding it right now, so that way we have it. But if
Yeah.
time came, she could just like toss it to Edwin or anyone else that it glows to, and sees like,
Yeah.
be shiny.
Kill. Yeah.
Kill.
Alright, fair enough. I was just checking to see if you wanted to trade it around.
No, I'm good.
Since
I'm
I know we're all
also-
constantly fighting inventory space.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand.
One day, Val will get rid of the practice katana that he has not used once this entire campaign. It's just to get his speed up higher.
Mm-hmm.
Today's not that day.
Glaring at Suspirium right now, like fucking.
Skill is good. Makes you hit things.
Skill is really good. Yeah.
I know, and that's the only reason it's allowed to stay.
Yeah.
Suspirium threat.
Well, actually, it's a good tome if you can use it.
Yeah, but you need a dark affinity. Oh, tomes I want. Never mind.
Just
sorry,
kill
I
the.
just
No, I'm
wanted
kidding.
Well, if you get a demonic plate.
True, there's items that can change your affinity.
Yeah. Demonic plate makes you unholy though. I
not dark.
I have a fucked up lady that uses dark magic and she's just in the forest right now.
She's
out
chilling
there.
out.
Minding her
She
business.
out there. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna like find her campsites, like some sort of archaeological dig, and be like, huh, a weird little lady was here.
You walk in and it smells intensely of blood, and you're like,
Everyone tenses up except for Godfrey, who visibly relaxes. Just like home.
Do you guys
Oh
hear
my
that in the
God.
background?
Vaguely, yeah.
A little bit. It's okay.
I think my dad's running the hose.
It's okay.
Oh.
It's yard work
In the
time.
I'm just gonna type out
Wait,
things for the moment.
in
The Gare ambiance.
Wait, isn't it? You're in the same time zone as us, right?
No, I'm visiting my parents on the West Coast.
Oh, never mind.
Oh my gosh,
'cause
it's so early where you guys are. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
holy shit.
Give me some of your
10:30.
sunlight.
10:30 would be hell of a
Time for a
running
little
hose.
10:30 gardening. Everyone grab your tools. But anyways,
I mean, there's that hilarious fucking post of that guy who's like, "You're ruining the mood," and he's like, got a flashlight on in the middle of the night and doing.
oh
like-
yeah, the bathroom guy. You're ruining the mood.
Well, there's that, and then there's also the guy that was like
The hot
had a
tub.
flashlight. It was like midnight, and he was mowing the fucking lawn.
Yeah, let's maybe choose our items, pick our items if anyone wants it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
was
think that
thinking
would
we
be
could
smart.
give the unsteady knife to Gare, because he doesn't really use the dumpling rod. And this way it's like not only is it passive healing, but it's also he can use it to attack things. And I
Wait.
don't think he has anything
Okay,
that
Ran
already is
says, Sam
effective against
question,
them.
is a success you always get bonuses? What does that mean? Success for what?
For place.
Oh yeah, you'll always get the maximum roll, so you'll always get a 20.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good. That's better than I thought.
So basically, anytime you travel, someone's
do-
walking out of there, juice the fuck up.
We do have to put it on a person though who's not already wearing some kind of armor.
I mean, you
Or
can
who has
double up.
inventory.
You can
Okay.
Val could
stack
probably
armor.
wear like 3 armors and be fine.
Val can manage.
Maybe not 2 suits of
Yeah, I
armor,
mean-
but we can a few plates from this one, a few plates from that one. You know, we can make it work.
Yeah, how much money do we have right now is my other question.
4,314 is what's in Val's.
Oh god, okay. I was gonna ask for the
400.
book that gives you more magic if we weren't getting anything else expensive, but
Yeah, the
we
dark
have
manuscript.
so much money. Yeah.
Hey Edwin, why don't you take the dark magic?
Nightmare
That-
book.
Book of Get Good.
Fair, I don't think Edwin has like a really high nightmare coefficient. He just
He's
has bad luck.
Trikey,
Yeah.
the human, just has bad luck with rolling. The human from
Or
real
good
life.
luck, depending on how you think of it.
Yeah, no, Trikey be like, I see all the extra content. I stayed for all the after credit scenes.
Yeah, I'm 100%.
I'm 100%ing the nightmare collection.
Yeah.
Listen, my friends, you got, I think, 100-something left to view, so you're not gonna 100% it. It's impossible.
Oh,
Keep in mind, I
Boo.
randomize it. It's
I know.
random.
Watch
But-
me.
He's like, Edwin goes back to sleep and then thinks dark thoughts for the rest.
Yeah, but no. Edwin's starting nightmare coefficient is actually a 0.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's just a
Edwin
normal
has
guy.
the lowest possible. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
you
he's-
can't have
that-
negatives. You can't not have heard of murder. Especially since you, Edwin, have killed someone at least once.
At least once.
Yeah.
Listen,
I think
I would say like 3-year-olds have not heard of murder, but they also
They
believe
definitely
in
have. Trust me, they tell me
creatures.
about it all the time during class.
You teach 3-year-olds?
I teach 2-year-olds, bestie, and they've also heard of murder.
God.
What
They
the
threaten me
fuck?
with it.
2-year-olds do art?
What are you gonna do? Not
Uh,
off your ankles?
When I say art, I mean I give them paint and they make what I make when I drop plates of spaghetti on my kitchen
I
floor.
see. I see.
I hope they're having fun.
They love biting
How-
me.
how-
So yes.
When do you think children learn about murder?
I'm gonna say
mean-
1.5 years old. The minute they're exposed to the film Bambi.
I mean, I would
Whichever
good call,
comes
yeah.
first.
Or like any Disney film, because literally there's no like deathless Disney films.
I could probably pinpoint relatively the moment I learned about mortality.
Oh no! That's so
That's
fucking
an ominous
dark.
fucking sentence.
It's so
All right,
fucking
let's
dark. Holy
stop
shit.
this
Hey,
detour.
Yeah. Can I give Gare the knife and we take 300 out of big money?
Yeah, I
Big
can
money.
do that.
All right, I'll copy paste it.
Gare frowns at the
Oh.
knife and plays with it a little bit, and he's like, okay. And he puts it in his little. He doesn't have a. I keep forgetting he's the guy that doesn't have like a little bag for his inventory, so he just like puts it in his pocket.
He just sticks a knife in there.
He's wearing like the coat equivalent of cargo pants, so he's just like pockets on pockets on pockets.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'm putting the
that's-
dumpling rod
yeah.
in the convoy
Okay.
unless you guys want to sell it or anything, because we don't really use it for anything but healing, and we kind of trade the fruit knife around for that.
Yeah, that's true. But isn't it like only 100? So it's like,
It's 200.
oh, the dumpling rod is better than the fruit knife is then.
The fruit knife
Well,
is better for the bit.
Better.
Well,
It's
it
better
costs
than our
more, I
hearts.
mean.
Yeah.
So we should sell it.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm deleting it. Goodbye, dumpling rod. Give yourself 200 gold, Val.
Have to
Goodbye,
pay respects.
everybody.
That thing has been
Frick.
bitten by so many people. Nobody put that in your mouth.
That's
We
the whole
don't know
point.
that.
Fucking
Um,
nasty.
I always imagined it like functioning like a medieval staff version of a Pez dispenser. Like it just sort of
Yeah.
like you just sort of shake it a little bit, a new dumpling like pops out of the tip of it, impossibly. Like,
Yeah. Magic dumpling
I hate
creating
that.
rod. I want one
What
of
you
those.
you hate that more than everyone biting up the same dumpling on a stick for the last
Yep.
3
That
months?
thing has been
Yep.
to some of the locations ever.
I love dumplings. They can survive anything to me.
Gross.
What
Note to self:
the fuck?
don't eat anything Dwyer gives you.
What the fuck?
So mean.
Especially
I'm a great
dumplings.
chef. I'm a great chef, actually, and I wash my hands all the time before I make food because I'm not actually gross.
That's good.
Um.
Alright, anything
We all
else?
agree.
Also, there's something very funny to me about Val holding all of the money and not buying anything for himself.
God.
Well, there is
The male
something
wife
you can
instinct
buy.
really popping off right now.
I would say Octavia looks at the Lance Dice medallion and then looks to, like, back to Val, and then looks back to it, and then looks back to Val.
Al
Mhm.
shakes his head. He does not need to use Nyorin holy blood weapons.
No gay bulk for Val.
If we find Gaybolg, then fuck me, I guess, but I don't. There's so many relics we've already got on our list of
True.
to acquire at some point.
You get a
Like-
holy
Got a
weapon.
fucking
You get a
shopping
holy
list.
weapon.
At a
We've
certain
got
point,
fucking Indiana Jones' shopping list over here.
yeah, like we're trying to get the Book of Naga. We know where Valkyrie. Like, no, Val's like, I'm not going to steal something that is probably currently in the possession of the King of Thracia.
If
Fair
there
enough.
is
will-
such a
That is
kingdom
fair
in Thracia,
enough.
who can say?
You.
Fair enough.
This is
Though
true.
You
Octavia's
could
like,
say.
would
I
it
don't
be
know you
useful
people.
if we just happened to come across it?
There's no way that's gonna happen. There's absolutely no
Don't
way
say
someone
that.
does
Don't
not
say that while
currently
Sam
own
can
Gable.
hear you.
Do not say that.
Big brother
You
is
don't
watching,
know.
Dwyer.
Val is saying this. Val has no concept of being jinxed.
Oh, I see.
I do, but
Uh-huh.
Val is like, there's no fucking way that there are holy weapons in this world that are not at least under lock and key, if not being directly utilized by someone of that bloodline.
That's, you know what, that's a fair assumption. You haven't found any, just, you know, in the street.
Around. So
Literally,
Octavia
we
kind of
know
looks at
we know that
Larsa
currently
and Dennis and is
Valkyrie
like,
we know that currently Valkyrie is being used to run a war in its entirety. The Book of Naga is being used to run a pyramid scheme. The Balmung is owned by Klaus. Thank God.
Mhm.
The most
That's
normal of them, somehow.
That's really saying something.
and that's honestly that's what 3 out of 13 or whatever the fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, 12
That's
if you're
a
not
good
counting
sample
Lockdown.
size.
Mhm.
And the fact that we haven't just happened on the rest of them means that, yeah, that they're probably somewhere safe. And I don't particularly feel like starting a fight with whoever currently has Gaybolg. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
That,
Fair.
yeah. Fucking. No, let's not. Let's not invite any more fucking scorn from the universe here.
We're already building up a quota.
We need to find more rich and powerful people to spit at. Like, no.
Wait till you meet the other 10 folks of importance.
Spit upon the rich and powerful in the privacy of your own home, like the rest of us. Come on, don't go out there challenging them for shit.
I happen to know that there isn't 10.
Oh.
You said
What?
there were certain ones that were available to me when I asked.
I said they were available, but the reason some of them aren't available is not because they don't exist. It's because
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is the ones that are
Look.
available do they exist?
yeah.
Oh, well then never mind. I guess all 13 of them
Dwyer,
are currently
Dwyer,
fucking around.
Let's think about this for a second. It's been 1,000 years since the final Holy War. They've been doing a lot of fucking since then. There's
Yeah,
big
but
families now. These
not
are
saying-
big families.
Yeah, but also wasn't the whole war like I don't know if this might be specifically a Three Houses thing, but aren't they kind of worried that like if you have minor blood it's just eventually going to kind of die out?
I mean, that's why they have to do the maximum amount of fucking, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Sam do be putting some of that like Three Houses flavor into a lot of this campaign.
Yeah.
Like,
Three Houses has great ideas. I cannot fucking
It's just
stand
Three
the
Houses.
execution.
Sam-
Except for Yuritsa, Heart, love
Yeah,
him.
they just can't implement
Let-
them.
Yuritsa is literally
Yeah,
the
you
best
would.
part of Three Houses.
He's
It's so fucking
He's
sad.
literally my little meow meow, but anyways.
Let it be known for the record that Sam is one of those people who gets made fun of on Fire Emblem Twitter for being like, "Oh, I'm so tired of Three Houses," and then immediately like did a 180 the second they announced the Warriors game.
Yeah, and then
Like,
the second I
it
finished
was-
it, I was like, 6 out of 10.
It was overnight. You gave yourself more hand problems.
I
for
know.
that
Was it
game.
worth it? I haven't come to that conclusion yet. Stay tuned for a review by me.
I literally did not buy that game, and I'm so glad I didn't because
I
but every
missed
day I
Yuritsa.
do have to every day I do have to kind of fight myself to not buy it just just to personally experience the
Just look
Hubert
up-
and Ferdinand support, and I'm like, dude, you
Just
can
look
look
it
it
up
up.
on YouTube. Yeah.
Just
The
when
combat's just A
has this-
button, A button, A
just when
Yeah,
Gamer has this covered, I'll be fine.
Drakengard, but
Are you
worse.
complaining about the gameplay of a Warriors game?
I
Just
just
being
said it was
commented
Drakengard, but
game?
worse, Cheppy. Can you trust anything I say?
No.
Anyways, we are so far off topic.
Oh, are we still
Okay,
playing?
We're in a
Back on
different.
track, please.
I thought this was just a post-game shit
No, we're
posting. I thought this... Oh no!
We're still shopping, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
okay. Is there anything else someone wants to buy? We got off track with the Lance Knights Medallion. Is there anything else? Do we want to get Temperance's surplus? Or surplus? I was also saying, Judgment's Greatcoat as a plus 30 to Wisdom is really good.
That is
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely ridiculous.
We do kind of need someone to not be a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Who's getting
Yeah.
Take turns putting on
demorons.
the not idiot shirt.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I vote that we do get Judgment's Greatcoat because unless Octavia rolls horrendously, she's most of the time always going to get average or above average rolls in traversal.
And also, it's funny when it goes wrong.
Yeah.
Um,
I think the only thing
Yeah,
is inventory
definitely.
space.
So the thing is, it'd be good to give Godfried a lot of wisdom because he's already proficient in a lot of the things that are down
Yeah.
there, and so like
Uh-huh.
he could utilize it really, really well. But on the
Yeah.
other hand, I fear
Is he
giving
gonna tell us
Godfried
the
more
things he
power every
noticed?
day.
I was just thinking, like, we give him this and be like, okay, now you're gonna tell us whatever you notice. He's like, no.
Exactly.
What if I didn't?
Like, luckily, deception is not a wisdom stat because he's already fucking lying. We don't need him to be unbeatable.
Hey, so can I
Uh.
go off on a slight tangent? Just a tiny related tangent regarding that?
We just
Oh,
got off
dear.
the last one.
No,
but
no,
go
no,
on.
this one is so small. Remember, like, literally 5 months ago when I said there's one small, like, oopsie, Sam made a little mistake discrepancy on an NPC sheet? Godfried was supposed to be proficient in deception.
Fucking knew it.
The game is infinitely easier because Sam made a little mistake.
Every day I think, oh, Godfried's surely proficient in deception, and then he isn't, and I'm
Yeah,
like, what?
that's on me. In the quote unquote final version, I don't know what I'll pry off of him, but something. Maybe nature.
You really did remove his deception and replaced it with just being kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to do?
Oh,
Yeah. But
he does have a negative modifier on charisma.
yeah, I mean, obviously. But yeah, that was my tiny tangent. The truth come out. Sam made a mistake. Anyways, go on.
No, that absolutely tracks. I assume he's proficient in deception every day.
He's just okay due to no fault of his own.
Wait, hold on. I need to remember something. You guys,
put
it's
Donna in
not
the wrong
relevant, possibly, so don't worry about
Possibly.
it. But
That's dangerous.
Okay,
You put
but
Donna
be-
in the wrong place.
yeah, talk about
Yeah.
things.
Can we point at the Judgment's greatcoat and be like, Godfried, would you wear this?
Godfried looks at it and then he looks at you and he says, I already have a coat.
Did you switch?
Yeah, fair enough.
Would make you even better at medicine somehow.
He gives the coat kind of like a, I don't really think that's possible look, but he would accept wearing it.
Okay, let's buy that.
How does he process getting plus 30 to wisdom?
Just kind of face-wise, just kind of a brief Windows is shutting down sort of expression. Before returning to normal, and he says, "Huh. Okay, I'm keeping this."
He puts it on.
Did it
Oh, I
make
made so
you
many
better at
mistakes.
medicine? Like I said.
He
I
looks
just
at
saw the
you.
light
He
leave your
looks at
eyes for a
you
second.
with your multiple times unconscious body, and he says, "I guess we'll find out." You can add that to his inventory and modify his stat block.
Alright.
Add that 30 to bonuses.
Oh
I can do
god,
that. I
that
got the
hurt
pages
my
open.
that hurt my sternum. That laugh came
I
from
didn't. It didn't.
deep
It didn't
within.
come through. It didn't come through,
Louise.
Bestie.
You did it.
That's okay. That's okay. I laughed really loud and high, and it
Here,
hurt
I'll
my
add the
sternum.
30.
Oh no.
I've
Yeah,
subtracted.
he now has a modifier of 14 to wisdom.
Good.
Your boy do
I
be
have-
seeing things.
I have
He got-
subtracted 1,500 from
Hold on. I'll hand. Something's going horribly wrong.
No, I got it. Don't worry. It's just that it thinks it's an equation. No, I got it. Hold on. I'm fixing it.
Okay,
Right,
I trust
right,
you.
right.
Yeah,
Fight.
I've had to do this on some Edwin stuff too. So I literally just like put a period in front of it.
Okay.
I don't think it's
Oh,
yeah.
here. If you do an apostrophe, you can't see the period. Because it
Ooh.
interprets it as plain text.
Ooh.
That's what I do. But yeah,
I'm gonna steal
Godfried is now his third eye is snapped the fuck open.
Wonderful. I'm happy for him.
Anyone else wanna
And
Power wisely.
luckily, again, I
I-
don't think he can truly I don't think he will utilize any of his wisdom skills against us, except maybe insight. But like, I don't think he will. It's if
What's he
it
gonna
made his
find about
deception exactly like if if it was boosting his deception, there was no fucking way we were giving it to him though.
Yeah.
Sorry, King. You are lying out your ass 24/7.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
do not need you to be good at it.
He's telling the truth though. He's so truthful.
I happen to know for a fact that he lied about why he makes the panacea. Like,
no,
Yeah,
that was
that's
the
true.
floor was wrong. He's just a little guy. 6'4" dude that looms over people and smells like blood. Just a little guy.
Yeah.
It took him last week in universe for Octavia to be like, "You smell like blood." He's like, "Well, doesn't everyone?" No.
It's shocking to
Fine's
me
just
that
weird.
like he's in that weird like uncanny valley where like Archibald knows about his problems. Godfrey's like slightly more normal, so he's not aware that he's in fact just the worst.
Godfrey's
like-
aware. Godfrey's aware of his problems, just not like the mundane problem. He goes outside and
He has
he's like,
bigger
I am
problems to worry
so
about."
normal. I belong here. I am fitting in. Meanwhile, the guards are like, keep an eye on that fucking guy over there.
And Octavia's like, "Hey, look over here! I'm so nice and perky and completely normal and cute." And he's basically trying to avoid them from looking at Godfrey because
Yeah.
he feels like he's gonna do something.
Escorting
murder
our
revenge
weirdo.
plot?
What?
What do you mean? What murder revenge plot? What do you mean?
Oh no. Alright. Does anyone want anything else from the camp? Otherwise, I think this is a good place to end the session.
I think we kind of already did end it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Wait, what do you want, Trikey, for Edwin? You said
I
something
was gonna
about-
say I would like to get Dark Manuscript because magic is the stat I use for healing people. So that's like plus
Yeah.
6 HP every time you stand next to me.
So true.
yeah,
And also
Edwin's
to myself
literally
for
about to be
you.
cracked if we did that. If we give that to him.
Yes, I like that.
Do you have
That
space
sounds
in your
good.
inventory though? Oh, you do.
I do. I just made it by giving the movement shirt to Octavia. Yeah, and I still have
Beautiful.
Lars's flute in here too.
Yeah. Because Val was holding on to that originally, I remember.
Yeah.
And then I was like, but I
Yeah,
want the silver mace, please.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna use up bolting the next time we fight anything slightly far away from us, so I'm not super worried about that. I can, if Godfrey doesn't want his, I can take that one off him because he has a range thing he found in the dirt.
Actually, if you want to take that now, you can.
I can, but then I would have two, and they don't fit in my
Oh, valid,
pocket. So I was
valid.
gonna use up bolting first because
Gotcha.
it's got like 3 charges left.
He'll hang on to it for now then.
But if you don't mind spending the 1,000 gold for dark manuscript, I will take it. Since I don't have 1,000 gold personally.
From the big money pot.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can. Yeah. Okay. We now have 1,714 gold in Val's pockets.
Okay.
God, Val and his male wife tendencies.
Male wife tendency.
God bless Val. Val's
Yeah.
so good.
He knows how to sew, clean, and cook, and he buys everyone things.
I would let Val.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I would let Val clean my house. I would clean my house while Val helps me out.
Yes. That's nice.
I would appreciate
Yeah.
the help.
Edwin's magic modifier is now 6.
Christ.
Eh.
Nice.
He's
And,
not-
and if you stand next to him, you get 23 HP back every
Holy
turn.
crap.
That's
Yeah,
almost all of Val's HP.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
supports.
it's
Let me
also
quickly do
almost all-
supports. Since
Oh,
it's
that's
Okay,
over.
I
yeah.
was wondering if things changed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like just sitting here thinking about Valente cleaning my house, and I was vibes. Literally just vibes.
ASMR.
Just give me a minute, okay, guys.
He would love to
Okay.
clean your house.
Yeah, so Edwin gets a +10 to checking out anima magic, scholastics, and history.
Nice.
Nerd boy.
Yeah,
Get it, nerd boy.
yeah.
Meanwhile,
Nerdiness
Val has a
incentivized.
-9 to all types of magic.
Shit.
God.
It's okay. Edwin has a -10 to athletics, so we trade.
Alright. Put this on the screen and in the chat. I think I got everything. If I didn't, nope, I didn't. Hold on. I didn't get everything. I forgot. Jupiter's here now. Jupiter's got opinions.
Our baby boy.
Yay. Baby.
There we go. Me using the snipping tool will be like, copies the wrong window. I will put this on stream as well.
Giggles. Godfrey S.
Godfrey
Hey.
is F with himself again.
What's wrong with him?
Yes.
Oh wait, S. Oh wait. Oh, S. Oh my God. That's perfect. Oh God.
What?
Sam, is this a Hannibal boyfriend situation?
No, S. My mic is straight up
What
not
does that
picking up on it.
mean?
S
It's S
does
for
not
science
is not
experiment.
romantic. S is not romantic unless
Yeah.
I explicitly say, yeah, they made out then. S is just like S is like point of
You're
no
tight.
return. You really gotta fuck up to decrease the support
Yeah.
now.
What is Hannibal boyfriend situation? What
I
is
think
that?
I
entail?
think that
Is a
refers to the
bird
route in
game?
which someone's head is put in a jar and then made out with.
Yeah.
Huh? That's a bird game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
it's-
God.
I
Oh,
wouldn't
no.
call it a
no.
game. I would refer to it as a piece of
All
literature,
time.
actually.
Yeah.
I'm not
Well,
even
that's
joking.
pretentious.
But yeah,
Hold on.
congrats,
I'm gonna do
first
my
player
stupid
escort
little
of the year.
comparison game where I compare last
Yeah.
week's
I'm trying to see if there's
screenshot.
any others, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm. What did Edwin do?
I don't know.
Edwin got blood. I
Yeah.
guess.
Maybe he gave him help in thinking about something towards his research.
Jupiter's opinion is now A with Octavia, and it wasn't previously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
Did I always have a C with Godfrey? I feel like yeah. I
Let me see. Yeah, I think so. No, it went down.
Oh no.
Wait, it went down?
Damn it.
Yes, you had a B.
Yeah.
Huh.
Welcome to the shit list, buddy.
Interesting.
Edwin, you need to hang out
You know,
with
it is
Garrett.
actually interesting because when as like a player, when I was going to start that conversation with him today, it actually wasn't going to be like the anti-Godfried rant that it turned into. It was literally just going to be
God.
hey, do you know what happens with like, do you know like what's fucking up with like Black Beasts or whatever? But like I said, hey, do you know what's? And then Sam like had him walk off stage, and I was like, well, geez, I didn't get to ask a basic question, so now Archibald pissed for me. Yeah.
Sorry.
Mm.
I don't believe anything else changed. Wait. No. Okay. That was weird. For a second I thought Gare's like support with like Millicent went up. I was like, what the fuck?
Millicent
That'd
likes
be funny.
everybody.
He
does.
thinks
Millicent
fondly of
tolerates
Millicent.
everybody, I should say.
But loves Godfrey.
Yeah. Millicent loves
And
Godfried
Lucky.
and all of her friends that live in the cold place.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she's B with Lars and Atla. That's nice.
She's a dog.
be-
Like, she sees someone be vaguely nice to her and she's like, oh, fuck, yes.
The beasts.
There's literally a fucking creature. Excellent.
Yeah.
That's just a
She
big
did
dog
take
to
that
her. She
creature
doesn't
very
know.
far. Yeah.
Yeah, everything else looks to be the same.
How's Alice?
Jupiter
doing?
improvement
Okay, Alice is
and
pretty much-
Godfried opinions.
Yeah, Godfrey
Yeah.
opinions.
I love how, and this is genuine, this is not sarcastic at all or like passive aggressive. I love how Val defends Godfried's right to privacy over, like, she's like, just let him be fucking weird. And Godfried's like, he's fine.
You
Didn't
haven't
Godfrey-
done anything to, like... He's the kind of person where, like, he won't notice if someone's, like, respecting his privacy until they're no longer respecting his privacy. Like, his, like, base level of cognition is just like, I exist alone in the world. Wait a minute, how'd you get in here? Fuck you.
Now he's got
God.
really good perception, so he's gonna notice, hopefully.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
Godfrey's about to fucking... Oh
He's
my
gonna be
god,
so
he's not
aware.
built to perceive, bro. He's about to be noticing things.
He's going to
Godfrey's about
notice.
to realize and never stop realizing.
God.
Godfrey put on the greatcoat and he's like, damn, did my eyesight just get way better? You guys have like faces now. That's wild.
Oh,
guys always have
wow.
faces?
I have acquired wisdom and have realized I'm like the worst person here.
Man, I'm
Oh,
kind of a
shit.
dick. Not gonna stop though. Hashtag.
Oh, that's why everyone's mad at time. I see.
Literally, like I said, third eye snapped open. Not that he's going to
But I'm
change
just
anything
saying,
about
like-
his behaviors.
Oh my
Edwin
god,
needs
wait.
to have bear time.
I just had
Edwin needs to have bear time.
realizations.
What?
Yeah?
What if part of the reason why Godfrey went to F with himself is because he realized that he gave Edwin medicine that's fucking him up and he feels bad?
Haha,
I'm
oh
gonna say-
no.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say, hey Godfried, are those people maybe also contributing to that one? I feel like Trikey and I are combined, just like destroying this man's sense of self.
Yeah.
Breaking
Yeah.
my heart over here. I like my weird little guy that's conducting experiments.
Yeah.
Experiments.
I want him to continue
of
conducting
experiments,
but I think
here's a
he's
f-
going to have emotional trauma on the way.
I thought it'd be
I
fun to
mean-
share all of Aira's modifiers in chat so you can see what she's
Oh,
good
let's
at
see,
and what
let's
she's
see.
Yes.
shit
She does
at.
not
Let's
read.
watch.
She does not read.
Girl, me neither. Hashtag. Charisma,
I will not
hang out with
acrobatics,
people.
support. I can really, even if you hadn't told me what the character is that you're showing me, I would be able to know what kind of character this is.
Because it's you!
It's just like Godfried,
I'm
but
kidding.
worse.
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
believe me, that
Like
she knows.
Godfried, but for women.
Kind of, yeah.
What if Godfrey got for women?
Girl boss
This
Godfrey.
is exactly why Sam and I have decided if and when. I feel like they might have actually met when Era was a very different person.
Yeah.
But if they met now, they would have a
They're gonna
really
have
funny
They're,
dynamic.
if Valente, poor Valente, if we lose Valente and we get Era and Godfrey are gonna have just and I mean worst, like horrible, just absolutely atrocious dick measuring contest on the planet.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Not literal.
No, Eric
Skill.
got rid of hers a while ago.
But just like
Good for her.
personality versus recognize the self, and we all know how Godfrey feels about himself.
Oh,
Yeah.
and the thing is, Era. Well, no, that's a lie. Era does hate herself, but she also needs to
The-
prove that Godfrey's a fucking wimp.
Oh my god.
the party, the adventuring party slowly just like over time reveals itself to be a bunch of mirrors pointing back at Godfrey. Like it's just like
Oh
shit,
no!
everywhere I
Oh
look,
no!
I see
I
weird
accidentally made a foil for all the characters in the party. How could I have done
Shocking.
this by accident? Oopsie
Shocking.
daisy.
I love how when you told me, can I share this? Because I think it was referenced
Yeah,
in
totally.
main class so far. I just love how you thought when you saw Octavia's description, you were like, oh, Godfrey's gonna have a time with this. This sounds like his sister.
little something in there for everyone. In a bad way.
Yeah.
Godfrey incidentally reminds Archibald of the thing too. Yeah.
Val is like, Godfrey's just some guy.
Yeah, no, that's the funniest
Yeah,
part.
it's great.
Valente's literally
Valente
like,
is the
whoops.
most neutral.
I have no
That's
personal
so
connection to this man. The baby and the old guy, however, come here.
No,
Come
that's
closer.
actually Val is like stoked that she doesn't have any personal connection with this guy. Because that's like part of the reason why she feels super awkward around Edwin is because she knows she's projecting all of her feelings about her son onto him and she hates it. And so she's like, oh, I don't have an
Aw.
opinion on this guy. Thank fucking
Fuck.
God.
Yeah.
Easy.
For now.
From you could divide like Archibald's campaign thus far into a few arcs, but like I want to say that arc 1 to 2, the turning point was I found these people I got imprisoned, sent with these people, but hey, they're kind of cool. I'm digging this, and then for like the millionth time in his life, they stumbled across a man like harvesting and doing weird blood magic in the woods. He's like, God damn it! Again?
Unavoidable. Wow. This is just like being in New York City. Beautiful.
When did you
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
I mean, it depends.
Depends
No.
on what day you're there.
Yeah,
But
it
anyways,
depends
does
on what
anyone
day
have
you're
any
there.
questions, comments, or concerns? Keep in mind, we're not gonna have a session next week because I will be in Canada, planning.
Broken heart emoji.
I'm sorry. I plan on bringing my sketchbooks. I'm gonna draw some
Nice.
tabletop stuff.
Ooh.
Also, I came to an epiphany about what the slug creatures I made look weird. It's because I forgot their little butt ruffles.
Oh
my
Which is
God.
so sad. I'm gonna make
Understandable.
them and glue them on. Sorry, you forgot your butt. Anyways, I like just came to that
Thank
epiphany
you.
like as I was talking. I was looking at Slug Malthy and I was like, "What's wrong with you?" And then I'm holding Reginald and I'm like, "Oh my God, your ass, ma'am."
Where's your ass, child?
I want to make little slugs of all the player characters, but I feel like if I did like try to mail them, this clay we use at the school, like literally you look at it for too long and it falls apart. So the US Postal
God.
Service would just obliterate them. So maybe I'll just
Yeah.
draw something digitally instead. So be on the lookout.
Yeah.
Nice.
But anyways, any questions?
Nope.
I'm just
Well,
excited.
Yeehaw!
Excited because my personal thing is like Octavia's gathering A supports throughout the group. Like, yes.
Yeah, gotta catch them all. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Octavia.
Edwin, you gotta
Yeah.
put the muscle in. You're almost
Yeah.
to a full party support with Amalthea and Gare.
Wow. You gotta have
Yeah.
Gare and Amalthea time. Carve out
Yeah,
the time.
I don't know how to hang out with Amalthea because she is such a jock. But
I
God.
would say, like, ask
At
her
the
for
very
advice
least,
on how to be a jock, because you want Edwin to get more buff.
yeah.
You could do that.
Yeah. I know Edwin is hanging out with Gare through Octavia, so I'm not as worried about that. But
Mhm.
Amalthea, we're still plotting.
Still thinking. Well, you got 2 weeks. You
Yeah.
got 2 weeks to ponder. I do not
Yeah.
expect combat next session. And maybe not the session after that. It depends on the decisions you make. This is kind of we're getting like I mentioned, I don't remember if this was to all of you or just to Cheppy, but this is kind of like, the mini Fire Emblem Fates arc of the game. There's gonna be a big decision that will affect the world.
Oh,
So
oh boy.
But unfortunately,
Fear.
this decision is going to be being shut down a little bit earlier than the rest of the decision. It's
oh
just
no. Yeah.
Oh
No,
yeah, 'cause the
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna remove my decisions from the metaphorical eShop. They will carry through to the entirety of the campaign.
God, that was such a heavy-handed fucking joke. That was fucking
Disgusting. Anyways,
It
thank
was
you all
funny
for
though.
coming to the
Yeah, thank you
game.
for DMing.
Yeah.
I hope you all have fun. So I will see you in August,
Wow. God, that's
which is
terrifying.
the
Like I
time
say,
of
it's
the
that
in the
way.
game we are.
Yeah, I will need next week to actually finish art fight.
No, yes, so true though.
If I
Anyway.
didn't work full time,
Yes.
the thing I've been drawing for Sam for 2 weeks would be done already.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about counterattacking me. I was literally just
No,
wanted to draw baby.
I
nice
literally
thing-
have been planning on doing this for months though.
Wow, I feel
Yeah.
so special.
The wind up
Can I
is
attack
huge.
you with a
The
non-art
payoff
fight
will be great.
context?
Sure, go
I
ahead.
will try in the next week to get Lethair letter to you, or over the next
Yes, get
week and a
Lethair
half
letter
to
to
try
me.
and get Octavius.
I don't know whether I'm gonna share Godfrey's letter to Merope with all of you.
That's okay. I just know that they're besties.
Yeah, they're besties.
That's all I
5
need to
ever.
know.
Hashtag just girly things. But yeah,
Yes.
I'll write it and I'll put it in the folder, and you guys will get to read it at the end of the campaign.
Fun.
I've been doing that with all the like secret not player character letters. World building reasons. All right. Anyways, I'm exhausted, so I'm going to bed. Good night, gamers.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Farewell.
Farewell.